Great. Well, let's get started. Thank you all, and good morning to everyone today. Uh, my name is Greg Slater. I'm chairman of the MDTA board, and I hereby call the board to order at 9:02 a.m. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with our live streaming law, this meeting is being conducted via video conference and is being live streamed on the MDTA board webpage. All members will have their video active during the entirety of the meeting. I ask that anyone who is presenting or answering a question, please turn on your video and audio. When speaking, when you're done, just click it off and put your audio on mute, and we can move on. To minimize your background noise during the call, I would ask that everyone on the line please mute your phones except when speaking. For those of you watching via the live stream, we have posted the materials for today's meeting on the MDTA board webpage so that you can follow along if you would like. Due to the length of today's meeting, we're probably going to take about a 10-minute break after agenda item number 10. But before we begin, I would like to welcome who is one of my favorite people in the whole world, a former MDTA employee that I tried to steal many times when I was over at State Highway, but now has moved on, Michelle Howard. She's going to be receiving an MDTA retirement resolution during agenda item number 2. So welcome, Michelle. I miss you, and I miss seeing you around. There are no, yes, sir. There are no members of the public, elected officials, or members of the media registered to comment on this morning agenda. So with that, we will begin with today's agenda. Let me first ask for an approval of the open and closed session minutes from the April 26th meeting.
So move, Member Cox.
I'll second that, Member Carroll.
Great, thank you both. I'm going to abstain from this vote since Deputy Secretary Sean Powell was managing the meeting, but all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Great, motion carries, minutes are approved. With that, we will move on. I'll turn it over to Executive Director Jim Ports for recognition of 2 of our retired employees.
Okay, thanks, Secretary Slater. Trying to get to my spot now. I had a little trouble getting this thing open, believe it or not. Bear with me for a second. And by the way, yeah, Michelle and I go back a ways too. In her many lives throughout MDOT, and she is an outstanding employee. But with that, the first resolution that we have recognizing the services of Venetia Hainsworth, whereas Venetia Hainsworth began her career with the Maryland Department of Transportation State Highway Administration as a clerical assistant on February 24th, 1988, whereas Ms. Hainsworth continued to progress through in the administration field at the State Highway Administration and became an Office Assistant 2 on April 6, 1988, and Office Assistant 3 in November of 1988, and Office Clerk 1 on March 22nd, 1989, and Office Clerk on January 23rd, 1991. Whereas with her knowledge and perseverance at the State Highway Administration, Ms. Hainsworth was promoted to Administration Specialist Trainee on June 7th, 1995, and to Administrative Specialist 1, Administration Specialist 2, and Administration Specialist 3 on June 1st, 2003, and held positions of Administration Officer 2 and Administration Officer 3. And whereas on January 18, 2006, Ms. Hainsworth joined the Maryland Transportation Authority. See, that was a good move, Greg, from State Highways to MDTA. I'm just going to get that little plug in. As an administrator too, and she continued to grow in the field and was promoted through administration series from 2006 to 2021. And whereas her co-workers conveyed her appreciation for her efforts as an invaluable member of the team and expressed the fact of her dedication, personality, and calm demeanor will be missed now. Therefore, be it resolved on the occasion of Anisha Hainsworth retirement from her distinguished career of exemplary service, the chairman and members of the Maryland Transportation Authority hereby express to Ms. Hainsworth their most sincere appreciation for her excellence and commitment, and be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the minutes of the MDTA board meeting of May 20th, 2021, and a copy appropriately framed and presented to Ms. Hainsworth as an expression of MDTA's board's appreciation and esteem. I will say, however, Greg, that we do appreciate SHA's training Ms. Hainsworth and letting her come over for promotions. It's always a good team atmosphere within MDOT, within all of MDOT. And, we all work together for the success of our employees and the department as a whole.
Well, 16 months ago, I'd have been mad, but now I'm just happy that they stayed with us in the family.
Yeah, it's all about the different chair you sit in, right? With that, we'll go to the next resolution, recognizing the service of Michelle Howard, Program Manager Senior 1. Whereas Michelle Howard began her career with the Maryland Transportation, in the Maryland Transportation Department as a Supply Officer 2 on February 24th, 1988, and Supply Officer 3 on June 28th, 1995. And whereas on March 13th, 1996, Ms. Howard joined the Maryland Transportation Authority as an MDTA Administration Specialist 2 and was promoted to Procurement Associate 3 on July 1st, 1998. And whereas she continued to build her knowledge and skills and was promoted through the Administrator Series from 2003 to 2013, and whereas her hard work and leadership skills, Ms. Howard was promoted to Program Manager Senior 1 on July 1st, 2013, a position held until retirement. And whereas her co-workers conveyed their appreciation with a letter of appreciation and for annual administration Secretarial Recognition Day on May 20th, 1998, her professionalism and enthusiasm in demonstrating self-defense strategies was most informative and helpful. Ms. Howard was an invaluable member of the team, and her dedication personally and smile will be missed now. Therefore, be it resolved on the occasion of Michelle Howard's retirement from her distinguished career of exemplary service, the chairman and members of the Maryland Transportation Authority Board hereby express to Ms. Howard their most sincere appreciation for her excellence and commitment, and be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the minutes of the MDTA board meeting of May 20th, 2021, and a copy appropriately framed to be presented to Ms. Howard as an expression of MDTA board's appreciation and esteem. I also want to, on a personal note, as I mentioned, I go back pretty far with Michelle, and we've had a lot of great talks. She was very involved in our leadership program, and more importantly, she is a veteran of the military service and spent time overseas protecting our freedoms. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Michelle for her outstanding work in the military. Is she on by any chance?
Is she on? Are either of the honorees on?
Yes, I am here. I didn't know when I was supposed to like cue myself to come in, but I'm gonna tell you, it feels good being at a board meeting. That's what I really miss about, I will always have, in my heart is MDTA. I really miss being at the board meetings, being able to interact with all of you, do my reports on the small business program. That's my passion. And it's good to see all of you. It's so good to see all of you.
We'll miss you, Michelle.
I miss you guys too. Thank you so much for this. It really means a lot to me. MDOT is my family. My guy, Greg Slater, he's at the at the head of the table now. It's good to know that you also have a seat, on WMATA's table as well. And hey, I just feel like I'm blessed to have somebody still able to look over me and make sure I'm good,
Well, that's good. You can't get rid of me. I'm on the WMATA board too, so you're going to switch boards, but I'll still see you.
Thank you so much, everybody. And please know, I appreciate this. State service has been my dedicated passion once I came from the military. And you guys did a great job taking great care of me. So thank you so very much.
Well, Michelle, congratulations, and WMATA is blessed to have you, but I just thank you for everything that you did for us. I thank you for all the conversations that you and I just sat and talked about, where we head, and I just appreciate you completely.
Well, thank you guys so much. And like I said, this is very much appreciated.
Great. Well, thanks, Michelle. Jim, is our other honoree on? Do you know?
I do not know.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, I
No, sir,
congratulate
she was
her
not
as
able.
well. And, first of all, they're way too young to retire, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, Greg, I will say this, that, we talked a lot about leadership training, and we're working very hard with leadership training at MDTA. And one of the more difficult things, if you will, is to get leaders to understand that our jobs are to train our folks and give them opportunities, even if those opportunities mean that they're moving on to a different organization, like WMATA in this case with Michelle. But, at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, to support our employees, train them, and help them move upward and on occasion outward.
Right.
But that's our job. And so I just hope that everybody in our leadership team recognizes that too, because I've said that many, many times.
That's exactly right. It's tough. As long as you're keeping investing in the next level of leadership and trying to push for success, that's what it's all about. What I see right now in Michelle is I have another friend over at WMATA. So that's.
There you go.
All right. Well, let's move on and turn it over to Donna to go through the contracts that we have for approval.
Good morning, everyone. Donna DeCerbo for the record, Director of Procurement. I have 3 contracts to present for approval this morning. The first one is BB 2726, the eastbound William Preston Lane Jr. Memorial Bay Bridge Rehabilitation, Phase 1 Pre-Construction Services. This is full approval. It is not contingent approval request. This contract is for the pre-construction design services for the eastbound Bay Bridge Rehabilitation Phase 1 pre-construction services. It's not the same as the westbound Bay Bridge overlay project that was fairly recent. This contract is for pre-construction services only. Phase 1 construction contract will come before the authority board at a later date. This Phase 1 pre-construction services does not require Board of Public Works approval because it's under MDTA's delegation. We received 5 proposals for this construction management at-risk contract. The construction services will include the deck floor system replacement and up to 4-foot widening for deck truss spans T1 through T13 and T14 through T22, utility relocation painting, facility-wide rehabilitation, and off-site stormwater management. As I stated, we received 5 proposals. The advertised date was September 6th of 2019. This calendar duration term of 550 days. There was no MBE goal or VSBE goal. No bid protests were received. We're recommending Corman McLean for the total evaluated price of $215,271,642.
Great, thank you,
Are there
Donna.
any questions? Sure.
Any questions from members of the board? I have a motion on the table to approve the design
I'll
contract.
move for approval.
Do I have a
I
second?
have just one quick comment.
Sure.
We're awarding the preliminary work, not the 215 million. We're awarding 655,000.
Correct.
Correct.
And their budget was 215 million, but they're not getting that contract.
That's correct. Yes, sir. You are exactly right.
That's correct, Member Gaines. This is just for the pre-construction design services maybe some utility work underneath the bridge, that kind of stuff.
Yes, I quoted the wrong price. It is the $655,571.
Great. I have a motion on the table for approval? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Great. Thank you, Member Gaines. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any further discussion? Motion carries. On to the next one for the all-electronic toll conversion at Fort McHenry.
Thank you. This is FT 3019-0000. The work includes the total removal of the existing Fort McHenry Tunnel toll plaza elements, installation of the new AET tolling toll gantries, and reconfiguration of the travel lanes along the I-95 main line and the ramps to and from Keith Avenue. We received 5 bids. We're recommending award to Allen Myers in the amount of $13,597,777,000. There was an MBE goal of 25% and sub goals and a 1% VSBE. Allen Myers has exceeded the overall MBE goal and meets the VSBE goal. The calendar duration term is 730 days. We did not receive a protest, and it was our Allen Myers bid was 17% below the engineer's estimate. We did do a bid justification and found that their bid was fair and reasonable, and are recommending award to Allen Myers, who's been successfully performing contracts for the MDTA in the past.
Great. Thank you, Donna. I know we had a little bit of an incident with them up on 95 this week where I think one of our gantries was hit, but they've certainly been doing work for us for a long time. Do I have a motion for approval of the contract?
So move. Member Rosen.
Second that, Member Carroll.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Great, motion carries. On to the last one, which is the on-call structural repair and modification contract for the Bay Bridge.
Yes. This contract, BB 3013-000R, is a rebid. This is contingent approval, as was the FT, pending an approved MBE plan and signed contract. The term of this contract was 1,095 days. There was an 18% MBE goal with no sub-goals and a 1% VSBE goal. We're recommending award to MD Miller, Marksman, for $12,914,651. They met the goal. I apologize, my dog's trying to get out. And there was no bid protest on this procurement. As there were 2 bids, we did ask for no bids. We received 2 no bid forms, and some of the reasons for not bidding included, bear with me while I pull them up. Ekman could not be competitive at this time, and Corman Kokosing had a backlog of projects that they couldn't be, they didn't have time to perform. They also questioned the MBE goals and the inclusion of rail painting in the specifications. We answered questions in the Q&A. We don't believe that the MBE or VSBE goals were too high, obviously, because we have 2 other firms who could meet those goals. So we are recommending award, contingent approval to, sorry, to MD Miller. Are there any questions?
Any questions from members of the board?
It's Mary, I'll move for approval.
Okay.
I'll second.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Motion carries, and just turn it back over to Donna for just a report on open contracts.
Okay, thank you. This is our open contracts report as required by the resolution to be provided quarterly. In this quarter, we have 11 active MOUs, 66 A&E contracts, 53 construction, 1 construction related, 28 maintenance and 28 services, and 32 IT contracts for a total of $219,000. Our total contract dollar amount is $2,903,400. Let me get this right. $2,903,480,917. Of that, we have paid out or vouchered $1,559,122,715. We have $996,968,039 obligated, and $377,390,162 open contracts where there's a remaining balance. So we've got a lot of contracts, a lot of spend, and a lot of them have been paid, and that's our quarterly report.
Great, thank you, Donna. Any questions from members of the board for Donna? Hearing none. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you, Natalie. I will forward you these numbers for your minutes.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, I'm going to turn to Alan Garman for a quarterly review of our investment strategy and performance.
Good morning, thank you. This is our normally scheduled quarterly update on investment performance. This is an abbreviated update to the board, and it follows our more detailed presentation to the Finance Committee each quarter. The three key points are that for the trailing 12 months ended in March, investments conformed to our policy limitations. The portfolios were in line with the board-approved strategies, and total return performance for the general account was commensurate with the benchmark index. In terms of investment strategy, the agency employs either a matched funding or a total return approach for various categories of accounts. The debt service and capital accounts are managed on a matched funding basis, which means that our investment maturities are matched to our known or potential cash outflows. And then for our unrestricted and restricted reserves, such as our general account, they are managed for total return with consideration of the risk-return trade-off associated with longer-term structures. And I think it's important to note that longer duration portfolios benefit from higher average annual returns over multi-year periods, but they exhibit greater return volatility relative to shorter term maturity structures. And that return volatility includes, potentially negative returns in some years. The general account is benchmarked against a composite index of 1 to 5 year non-callable agency indices. The maturities are generally staggered from 3 months out to 5 years, and the effective duration target is approximately 3. If you all recall, we've discussed extending the duration target for the M&O reserve, and that's in process. That duration extension was approved by the board, and we began the extension in December of 2020. And we're essentially moving from the old benchmark, which is the same as the general account, out to a new benchmark, which is essentially about twice the duration of the old benchmark. So we're going from 3-year average maturity to about 7.5 year. During this transition period, it will be difficult to show a benchmark index. We'll tend to perform somewhere between the old benchmark and the new benchmark. So we don't really have a great comparable during this transition period over the next several months. In terms of relative performance, the general account's trailing total return performance was 0.88% or 88 basis points. And that was largely in line with the benchmark index's return over that period of 62 basis points. And the variance was largely because we were slightly short duration, and their interest rates were rising during that period, particularly in the first quarter, where we had a very big move upward in interest rates, which caused price declines in the portfolio. The M&O reserves trailing performance, because it's now getting a bit longer, was 38 basis points. And that was again relative to the old benchmark of 62. And then the new benchmark had a negative 4.77% return during that 12-month period. And that was negative because interest rates rose so sharply in the first quarter. In terms of a recommendation, the recommendation is to improve the investment strategies for the current quarter. During the May 11th meeting, the Finance Committee concurred with the continuation of the current investment strategies for all the unrestricted reserves. Are there any questions?
I just one, maybe I'll kick it off a little bit, Alan. As I've been kind of following along in the materials, when thinking about the M&O reserve being short relative to the new debt benchmark index during that extension transition period, how long would you envision that period to be in terms of how it's going to be when it's going to recover?
Yeah, that's the particularly difficult question that the board has hit me with each quarter, and the Finance Committee. You know, we're coming out of this pandemic and unusually low interest rates, and so we've been slowly transitioning, and we were looking for some normalization in financial markets. I mean, with the Fed holding Fed funds at zero, you know, the Fed actively buying mortgage backs and treasuries, interest rates down. It's sort of an unnatural situation in the market. And I think, you know, the go slow approach has not hurt us so far. So in the first quarter, you see the new benchmark had a negative return, and by us remaining short that benchmark or shorter average maturity, it helped us on a relative return basis. This is sort of painful because we've gone through great effort to explain to the Finance Committee and board that we're not market timers as a strategy. We tend to hold a strategy for a very long period, and we don't try to sort of outguess the market and where rates are headed. However, in this period of sort of dislocation in financial markets and a very active Fed, we felt like the transition didn't need to be rushed. We could have certainly sold the whole portfolio and transitioned in a week and repositioned to the longer term benchmark. But I guess to answer your question is, we think it will be in the next several months, and we're not in a tremendous hurry, but we recognize that if we have a benchmark, we should get to that new benchmark strategy in terms of duration and then adhere to that new duration target. So I think the answer is over several months, but certainly not a year.
Great. Thank you, Alan. Any questions from members of the board for Alan? Great. Thanks, Alan. We have a motion on the table for approval to continue with the investment strategy.
So moved. Member Gaines.
Second, Member Von Terrace.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, thank you. Motion carries. Alan, I think we're staying with you to give us an update, you and Jim, to give us an update on the non-recourse financings and debt.
We thought it was timely to return to the board with an update on the non-recourse financings. Particularly, we've had some activities, including 2 bond defeasances, and then certainly there's a lot of activity at the airport and a lot of questions because of the pandemic and the lower levels of employments and just general economic activity. The update here includes an explanation of the pledged revenues, the monthly flow of funds, and trust-specific reserves. As a conduit issuer, the MDTA has financed non-recourse debt for the MAA on airport-related projects, and also for WMATA for parking garages. It's really important to note that the financings are individually secured by unique pledged revenues of parking garages and airport-related projects, they're not secured by the MDTA's toll revenues or revenues of MDOT. The three airport-related revenue categories included employment or passenger facility charge backed bonds. There's also a consolidated rental car facility, and that's backed by rental car fees. And then there were parking facilities that were backed by parking fees. Just briefly, as I've included this small table that gives you a picture of some of the reserves. The two remaining airport trusts that are still outstanding are the rental car facility and the passenger facility charge bonds. And so you can see in the top row for the PFC bonds, the debt service for fiscal 21 is estimated at about 25 million. It's estimated because some portion of those bonds are variable rate. So that's a little bit of an overestimate. The funding for debt service is done monthly in 1/12 increments. There is a debt service reserve backing that financing, and it's sized at maximum annual debt service. In addition, in terms of the flow of funds, as the revenues flow in, they flow into a trust account, a pledged revenue account. Then the trustee bank sets aside debt service in those 1/12 increments, and everything left over ends up flowing into an improvement account. And that improvement account is also pledged to bondholders. So currently the size of the improvement account is about 1.5 times annual debt service. So if you think about the security for bondholders is that you've got the improvement account and the debt service reserve, which combined are about 2.5 times annual debt service. And another way to think about that would be the airport could have 0 enplanements and generate no revenue, and they could still cover debt service for about 2.5 years. And the consolidated rental car facility is similarly structured. It has debt service this year of about 9 million. Debt service is set aside monthly, and these are completely separate trust accounts. There's a debt service reserve that's currently sized at maximum annual debt service, and there's also a separate improvement account that equals about 1.5 times annual debt service right now. In addition to those two reserves, there's a coverage reserve that's about 15% of maximum annual debt service. Briefly on the PFC bonds, the bonds are backed by an enplanement fee of $4.50 per enplaned passenger. The improvement account, again, is pledged to bondholders. So given the diminished revenues at the airport, those funds have been available to transfer and make up any deficiencies in pledged revenues during the pandemic. And that account is readily available to bondholders, and it's prudent to make those transfers over into those debt service accounts if they're needed. And I guess just as a conclusion on the PFCs is that we have ample reserves to meet debt service requirements. For the consolidated rental car facility, the pledged revenues are derived from a fee of $3.75 per day per rental car transaction. In the event of any debt service deficiency, we have the improvement account to draw on, the coverage account, and also the debt service reserve. And due to the revenue shortfalls associated with the pandemic, we've been utilizing that improvement account to make some transfers over to make up for shortfalls in pledged revenues. And we're planning on making an advance transfer of approximately $6 million from the improvement account during this current bond year. And that action is being taken to help maintain debt service coverage above the 1.5 times minimum target that's required in the trust agreement. I'm sorry, the trust agreement is 1.25 times, and we're trying to maintain a minimum of 1.5 times. In terms of the BWI parking bonds, those bonds were fully defeased in February of 21 with proceeds of a new airport financing. MDOT issued general airport revenue bonds. And so what happened was we essentially paid off the old bonds, and we set aside those funds in an escrow account to pay debt service through the March 22nd call date. The MDTA's leasehold interest in those facilities and the parking bonds trust agreement essentially ended. And so MDTA no longer has a liability on its balance sheet, and we have no lease payment receivable. And we had a similar activity with the WMATA parking bonds. Instead of issuing new debt to pay off the old, as was done with the BWI bonds, with the WMATA bonds, they had available funds in a parking surcharge account. So they simply transferred over a portion of those reserves, and we legally defeased the bonds. So as with the BWI financing, we put those irrevocably in a trust account with the trustee, and those funds are available to pay debt service through the July 1 of 2022 call date. So the MDTA's leasehold interest in the WMATA parking garages terminated with that legal defeasance, and all the bonds are essentially paid off legally. Jim Walsh is here, and he's available to answer any BWI financing specific questions. And are there any questions on any of these financings?
I got a question, Mr. Chairman. Is the outstanding debt 17 million at this point?
Are you referring to the WMATA transaction in the tables?
Yes.
I went through these in a bit of detail with the finance committee. So yes, the total principal amount is approximately 17 million. And we had normally scheduled principal coming up in July. And then we had a normally scheduled payment next July. But on that date, all the bonds are callable. So that 17 million was callable. So we had about 18 million of principal and interest between now and then. So that was the amount that was required to be put in the escrow account. So we essentially had to put in approximately 18 million to legally defease the debt.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Cox. Any other questions from members of the board? Before we move on, Jim, anything that you want to add from the Maryland Aviation perspective?
Just to say, Mr. Chairman, that things are really improving at a quicker pace than we had forecast. I'm happy that we are reporting that. I'll just say this: we are really focused on coverage for all our outstanding debt. In fact, we're looking at using some new federal funding from the American Rescue Plan to boost PFC coverage by paying MDOT back the $100 million that we owe MDOT for the Concourse E extension. So that will really make our PFC coverage very, very healthy going forward, and also enable us to do a new PFC-backed issuance of debt with the authority, hopefully in 2022. That's just in the evaluation phase now. But we thank the authority for all their collaboration, and especially Deb and Alan and their team. It's an excellent collaboration.
Great, thank you, Jim. With no further questions from the board, I'll say thank you to Alan and Jim for joining us today, and we'll move on to Jeffrey Brown for the third quarter operating budget comparison.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Brown. I'm the Director of Budget for the MDTA, and I'm here today to provide an update of the budget versus our actual versus budget through March 31st. As of March 31st, we have spent 64% of the budget versus a target of 73%. Some of the key issues to observe is only Object 11, which is additional equipment, which was at 105%, and Object 13, which was fixed charges, at 98% are above budget. All others are below budget or at the target rate. Main drivers for this performance is seasonality. There's some expectance of pickup later in the quarters when heavier spending occurs, some invoice timing, as well as the COVID-19 impact of more telework, all electronic tolling, things of that nature, which have reduced the spend. However, due to higher than expected spending and the aforementioned invoice lag in certain objects, there is the potential to exceed budget by a projected amount less than $5 million, which would require a budget amendment if so. To mitigate the revenue loss that we have incurred from COVID and all electronic tolling and 3G transition delays, we did reduce the full year 2021 budget, inclusive of any amendments, by $30.1 million. This may have been too aggressive for certain accounts. For example, for the EasyPass Service Center, which is Object 873, it was reduced for the anticipated CAPS TransCore savings, which were expected to occur earlier than has been realized. Also, we have incurred some heavy snow expenses, as you recall, the February storms. In addition, we have incurred some unplanned expenses, such as the COVID-19 response pay and related expenses, as well as reimbursables exceeding the budget. We do expect savings in other line items to offset these increases. However, the possibility does exist that the savings will not completely offset the increase. And if that's the case, this will result in the need for an amendment in June. Our actions going forward are we're going to closely monitor the budget to minimize any exposure without incurring any negative impacts to our operations. And we are actively working with the Secretary's office for the possibility of receiving some federal funds through the American Rescue Plan Act. Moving on to some detail on the other objects. For communications, Object 3, we are at 29% spent. This is due to the state radio invoice not having been received yet, which is worth $1.5 million. If we include that, we'd be at a 63% spend. Travel, or Object 4, is at 5% spend. That's the impact of COVID-19, some cancellations in traveling, and expected heavier travel later in the year. Fuel and utilities at Object 6 is at 51%. Again, COVID drives all electronic tolling. There are fewer toll collectors. There's more teleworking. All these have helped reduce electricity costs. Vehicle operations and maintenance, Object 7, is at a 51% spend. COVID-19, again, reduces its activities. There's increased work from home. There's less gas and maintenance. In addition, we have newer vehicles in our fleet, so more of the expenses falling under warranty. Object 8, or contractual services, is at a 48% spend. Some of the key sub-objects for this spend is advertising, which is 801 at 31% spend. This is due to the delay in 3G and also the summer campaign expenses, which typically occur later. We do expect this line to come back close to budget. Engineering's cost at 807 is at 48%. COVID has resulted in delays, and there is a lag in invoicing in this sub-object. We do expect heavier spending for the rest of the year, and we do expect this to come back close to budget. Training's at 55%, mostly due to canceled training due to COVID. Security services are 823 is at 31%. We've had less building usage, which leads to less repair needs, such as security doors and locks. Fiscal services, Object 829 is at a 55% spend. Again, COVID has reduced traffic and travel, and we had the delay in NOTDs, which has reduced credit card processing fees. Moving on to supply and materials, Object 9, which is at a 76% spend. The driver is roadway maintenance and materials at Object 905, which is at a 52% spend. Again, COVID is reducing traffic and limiting maintenance activity. We do expect some pickup for the rest of the year. As mentioned earlier with the February storms, SALT 906 is at 146% to budget. Again, this is due to the February storms. We don't expect any more activity or very little activity for the remainder of the year. EasyPass transponders is at 67%. We are actively working off inventory, and this was a reduced item in the amended budget. Replacement equipment, Object 10, is at 54%. Some of the ordered equipment we expect to hit at the end of the year, so we do expect this to come back close to budget. Additional equipment, object 11 is at 105%. As mentioned previously, we had HR scanners that were expected to be expensed in full year 2020, but they weren't received until this year. Without that, the object would be at a 52% spend. Finally, fixed objects, object 13 is at 98% spend. We have some one-time insurance and payments that are starting to hit, and we do expect this to be slightly over budget. This concludes the summary I was to give. Be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jeffrey. No questions for me. Any questions from members of the board? Great. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you.
We move on to Jean Marriott to give us an update on the third quarter capital budget comparison.
Good morning. I'm here to provide an update on the status of actual fiscal year 21 spending against the fiscal year 21 capital budget in the fiscal year 21 in the fiscal year 21 to 20 excuse me, in the fiscal year 21 to 26 draft CTP. This information was presented to the Finance Committee on May 11th. Excuse me. As of March 31st, 46% of the fiscal year 21 budget was spent as compared to the targeted spending level of 75%. 26 of the 105 projects budgeted in fiscal year 21 were within the acceptable spending limits of 50 to 100%, plus or minus 25% of the 75% target. And there are 7 projects that are budgeted for more than $10 million each in fiscal year 21. And we can turn to attachment A to look at those. And those 7 projects have fiscal year 21 budgets ranging from $10.7 million up to $198.6 million. And the total spending for these 7 projects through the third quarter was $151.4 million, which is 45% of the fiscal year 21 budget of $333.7 million. Then this concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jean. Any questions from members of the board? Great, thank you. I think you're still on the agenda. I want to give you an opportunity, though, if you want to take a pause and get a quick drink. It sounded like you were kind of coughing on something.
Yes, thank you.
Great, let's.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's move on to the CTP update for the process and additions.
Okay, let me bring up that on my screen. I'm gonna have to go off here for just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm sorry for the delay. I'm going to give you.
Feel free to proceed.
Thank you. The MDTA Consolidated Transportation Program, otherwise known as the CTP, is MDTA's 6-year plan for the capital program. The CTP is updated twice a year and brought to the board members for approval in June as the draft CTP and in November as the final CTP. After approval by the board members in June, the draft CTP is presented as part of the Maryland Department of Transportation CTP tour to local elected officials and citizens throughout the state of Maryland for review and comment. It is then revised and submitted after board approval in November as the final CTP as part of the governor's budget to the Maryland General Assembly in January. This process is required by statute and applies to MDTA as well as the other MDOT business units. The CTP is divided into three parts: the construction program, the D&E program, and the system preservation program. The construction and system preservation programs include ongoing projects and those projects which are scheduled to begin construction within the 6-year period. Only those projects that the MDTA can afford to complete, given the most recent revenue forecast, are included in the CTP. The D&E program contains those major projects which are being prepared for possible future addition to the construction program. Funding availability is based on the MDTA's 6-year financial forecast, which considers estimates of traffic and revenue, the operating budget and capital budget, debt service payments, the potential need for future bond sales and toll increases, and compliance with financial standards. New projects originate from 5 sources: long-range capital needs, inspection findings, regulatory compliance, increased capacity needs, and local priority letters and legislative requests. The fiscal year 22 to 27 draft CTP to be presented for approval in June includes 4 new projects, and we can look at those on attachment A. Okay, the first 2 projects are software purchases. Up first is PRISM, which is an IT solution for monitoring the federal civil rights requirements for the Nice Middleton Bridge design build project. And then the next software purchase is the P-card system. And this will replace the existing outdated system that we have that really needs to be replaced. The third new project is on-call miscellaneous paving repairs, and that will be available for all MDTA roadways. And the fourth project is the environmental on-call phase 4. This project will provide an on-call contract to perform drainage and stormwater best management practices remediation. And this work may also be performed at any of the authority's facilities. And that's the end of my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Great, thank you, Jean. I have no questions because I lived and breathed that CTP process for many years as I managed it in a few other jobs. But any questions from members of the board? Great, thank you, Jean.
Thank you.
Let's move on to item number 10 with Deb Sharpless and Will Pines are going to give us a pretty detailed update on our 3G electronic toll collection, the system. I don't want to steal too much of their thunder, but it went much better than we expected, so I'm really happy to see that. So Will and Deb? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In today's presentation, we're going to focus on operations and transition, and followed up by traffic and revenue and where we stand today. So Will's going to start us off on this presentation.
Yes, good morning, members. For the record, my name is Will Pines. I'm Chief Operating Officer for the Maryland Transportation Authority. And we're going to start right off on slide 3 of the packet in your board materials that covers the operational portion of the presentation. And as you can see, the new system, as Greg mentioned, went live last month, and things have been running really well. We've had some minor issues to address with customer-facing portion of the system, but generally the team was well prepared for that, and there have been no showstoppers in items that we've identified since the go live. After the go live, we've had planned from the beginning 30 and 60-day releases that were planned to address defects and any deferred functionality that will ultimately culminate with the system acceptance. And I'll talk more about these steps in an upcoming slide. There's also post-SAT software releases that are planned to have new features like the mobile app that were prioritized for later so that we can get to go live sooner. So now moving to the next slide, we're now focusing on some key focus areas. Most of these are the same issues and areas that we reported on last month, but just giving you a few updates here. So we continue to close out artifacts and reports and documentation as part of the process to get to that SAT, the system acceptance approval that we talked about a few minutes ago. And also Deb is going to speak more in some of the upcoming slides about the backlog status, but obviously this is a major focus for us due to the impacts on revenue like we've talked about in prior months. Due to the size of the backlog, there is the need for additional storage space to manage all of those transactions. We have approved a task to commence the installment of that additional disk space. We're also closing the work, closely working with our vendors to identify issues and ensure that the system is meeting the KPIs and timely maintenance is occurring within the system. And whenever issues are uncovered, we closely work with them to fix them. Greg actually mentioned in one of the prior presentations about the impact to one of our gantries, and our vendor was out the same day to fix that damaged equipment and get it replaced so that we can get the toll lanes back open in that particular instance. So moving to the next slide. Slide 5, after the 90-day evaluation period of the system and the testing that corresponds with that, we confirm that the operational needs are being met and the system is meeting the key performance indicators. And ultimately, when those are demonstrated, that'll culminate in the final system acceptance. As part of this, MDTA Finance, IT, and Operations are continuing to work closely together in a collaborative way to make sure that our roles and responsibilities for administering the contract, and in particular the KPIs, is clear for the future management of the project. As I mentioned, we have had some issues that we found since go live. Again, no showstoppers, but we have had, the slide says 3 pre-30-day releases. It actually, we just authorized a 4th release yesterday, and that is in the production environment now. So in total, 4 releases that were prioritized by the TransCore Strike Force team to address issues that were identified either internally in our QC, by the customers letting us know about their experiences, and also from our employees who are working in our customer service centers to make sure that the system is efficient for them as they process customer issues. We also are on schedule with the 30-day planned release. That's coming here soon at the end of this month. And the 60-day release is under development right now so that will meet the schedule for 60-day as well. So what are some of the post-go live risks that we're tracking? Last month, we talked about that we anticipated the high call center volume. And as we expected, we had really high call volumes at that initial go live, and wait times were initially really high. However, we're highly staffed and call times and the web chat times are both falling. Also, the new system has what's called a callback feature, and that feature allows for customers to leave their information so that we can call them back and they're not waiting in the queue the entire time. So the durations that we're reporting for callbacks actually includes that callback time. So even though we're showing 20 minutes of wait, some of that includes customers who are receiving a callback. With that in mind, we do expect that we're going to resume the mailings of notices of toll due in June, at which point we do expect the call volumes to climb back up at that time in our call center as customers start receiving mailings. And again, Deb is going to discuss the backlog processing in more detail, but obviously we understand the criticality of quickly restoring normalcy of the system, and we're all working very closely with that. The lockbox, what we refer to as the payment processing system, that is planned to be current as of next week, and we will resume mailing escalations, including citations, once that payment that's all cleared out. And you may recall we had paused citations because some customers were paying and we were not receiving that due to mailing delays in a timely fashion, and they were getting citations prior. So we paused the citations. Now that we're getting ready to clear that lockbox, we will resume both the mailings of the citations, and then followed that with mailings in June for the notices of toll due. Moving to the last slide here in my section, since go live, as we discussed, TransCore has had a strike force team in place to address any functionality or performance issues that have been uncovered, and they've been working actively with us to prioritize the bugs that are found into specific releases. And anything that we have found and we've corrected, some of those have been identified by our customers. We do have a feedback cycle that's available where they can provide us information through a survey tool. As we see potential reoccurring issues, we have been using our outreach strategy to update them as any bugs are fixed. Additionally, MDTA is coordinating with TransCore team to make sure that on the employee side, the system is really efficient so that we can process customer accounts very quickly on our side. And as I mentioned, we're also working closely to improve image quality for our notices of toll due and citations to ensure that we have our revenue recovery on those images. We did actually approve TransCore to make some modifications to the draft layout of the notice of toll due to enlarge the image so that it's more clear, since that's one of the more critical features of the notice of toll due. So with that, I will pause to answer any questions that you may have on my portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Will. Would you mind, before I kind of turn to the board, talk a little bit about update on the staffing situation in the call centers? I know we ramped up pretty quickly and had some real positive progress there and kind of dealing with a little bit of the customer service challenges that we were having, but maybe talk about where we currently are in terms of the staffing of the call center.
Sure. You may recall that prior to even the transition in the old system, the former call center was staffed with around 30 people, to give you a sort of an order of magnitude. Initially, we had talked to TransCore and they were planning for like a baseline level of staffing of around 100 employees. They have more than 120 employees that they're staffing during their business hours now to cover the peak times. So they've really kind of gone all hands on deck to make sure that they're staffed. And also, they really segregate the data well on what types of customer interactions we're having. They know whether it's a call related to EasyPass or a video call or web chat, which is a new feature that we have in the system. And so with those employee resources, as they see one of those areas start to have some climb in the wait times, they've been reallocating their resources on a regular basis to make sure that the wait times are reasonable for all of the different types of customer interactions.
Great, thank you, Will. Any questions from members of the board? Wow, I think you're going to get off easy.
I do. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Von Paris?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a little question here.
Sure.
As far as our expectations of what things were going to be like after the go live date, were our expectations accurate, or how do we feel about where we are based on our expectations of where we would be?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that that Jim had stressed to the leadership team was that, perfection is the enemy of progress. And so we knew that at Go Live, we were not going to have a completely perfect system, and that we were going to need to monitor things and have a team in place to address them quickly. The team has done that. They've been very responsive. The issues that we've encountered, they're being prioritized. They've been, as I said before, there's been no showstoppers. We've heard of other tolling entities around the country that at their Go Live, they actually had significant issues to the extent that they had to pause the system for a period and actually have service go down to fix bugs. We've had nothing like that. The system's had continuous service, and the issues that we've been addressing, I'll characterize as minor. We treat them very seriously because we want to make sure our customers have a great experience. But they again, there's been nothing that we would characterize as a showstopper.
Member Parrish, you're still muted. Did that answer your questions?
Yes, Will did. Thank you very much, Will. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. I think this was a situation where we had a lot of unknowns in kind of this transition period, and I think in my mind it went better than expected, but still not without hiccup. Any other questions from members of the board? Great, thank you so much, Will and Deb.
Moving to slide 9
Deb,
of the presentation. Slide 9 of the presentation. This slide is familiar to you. The first thing that we do is we look at traffic to see if the traffic on the roadways are what we anticipated. And commercial traffic continues to outperform the forecast. We had a slight decline in around Easter. As many individuals are home. The passenger cars showed a strong recovery through March. It peaked in Easter. It's decreased slightly, but it remains at levels above the forecast, at least through the first week of May. The ICC shows ongoing strong recovery through April and the first week of May. It's outperforming the forecast slightly. And the ETLs, it continues to track within the forecast. It also saw a little bit of overperformance around Easter and just as fluctuated, but overall we're meeting or exceeding our COVID-19 traffic forecast. So we've talked before about that. That's a good news piece because the revenue that we've been talking about and being behind forecast, it's about processing transactions. It's not about traffic being on the roadway. We are able to address processing transactions, whereas we cannot create vehicles on our roadway. Moving to the next slide, which is at a high level looking at our actuals and our unofficial our official and unofficial forecast, pardon me, as well as our actual performance. And one of the things that I did not do last month, and when preparing this materials, I felt like I should have forewarned you about the significant decrease that we were expecting in April. And if you think about it, we had this cutover period where we had to shut down the current system for a period of time in order to migrate data. Sorry. And so as a result of that, we processed roughly 34% of transactions in the month of April. The table in the middle at the lower, you can see the date ranges that we processed. So in total, that was $13 million that we processed, as opposed to our forecast, which is $47 million. And that's the reason that you see for that significant decline in April was because of the cutover period. Now, the purpose of providing you this additional data is we still have to check ourselves to see if the percentage of transactions that were processed, had we processed the full month, would they align closely with our forecast? And that's what the table shows. Roughly $4 million is our difference, which is consistent with what we had been tracking in prior months had we processed the full month. Another piece that's important is we've talked a lot about the official forecast and anticipating being below the forecast. In prior months, I showed a graph that showed the forecast, official forecast and unofficial forecast. The difference between the two is $72 million. And if all factors remain constant, meaning operating budget, debt service, which we know will not change, then if revenue underperformed by roughly 72 million, our coverage is 2.5. If our underperformance drops to roughly $100 million, then our coverage is 2 times. So as of right now, when we talk about the backlog in a minute, we're tracking near the 72 million with the assumption that the backlog schedule is followed. If I move to the next slide, these next 2 slides have been presented before, and they basically look at what's our forecast and what's our actual revenue. The first slide looks at it from the perspective of the green category are our legacy facilities, which is everything except for the ICC and the ETLs, and EasyPass and video are all combined. Then the yellow area, we have the intercounty connector, followed by the I-95 express toll lanes, and then lastly combined. And so you can see on a cumulative basis in the very lower right-hand corner, we are currently $75 million below our official forecast, April being a huge contributor of that. If we move to the next slide, it's the same data, but instead of splitting it by facility, we're splitting it by payment method. The green represents EasyPass, the yellow is video, and the purple's combined. And in the lower right-hand corner, you see the same $75 million, and you see the same April 31.4 million underperformance in April. So moving to the next slide. Now we're starting to talk about the backlog. And we are behind where we want it to be with the backlog processing. And I'll talk about that in just one second. What's the contributor and what are we doing about it? So up at the top is an excerpt of the backlog plan that we had shared with you last month. And so the red box is the current week. And so at that time, we were expecting to be processing the week of April 13th through the 26th. And now if we look down below, we're breaking things out very similar to up above. First, we have ICC transactions, and AVI, as a reminder, is EasyPass in which the transponder read. We talk a lot about acronyms. I know we're very guilty of using a lot of acronyms. And so AVI, it stands for automatic vehicle identification. That is when the transponder read for EasyPass. You've also heard us talk about iTolls. That's also EasyPass, but that's when the transponder wasn't read, very likely because the customer is waiving the transponder, or the transponder might not be in the vehicle. That's what we've called iTolls in the past. And that's when we post the toll based on the license plate, and they're part of the image group. So we're breaking out transactions between ICC, AVI, transponder read, ICC image, which can be iTolls, or it can be eventually become notice of toll due, and then all others minus the ICC. So that's the other 8 facilities, including the express toll lanes. And the date ranges represents the dates that we've processed through. And then we have the column of what's been completed compared to what was planned based on the schedule above, and how many days behind are we. If we move to the next slide, we talk about first, why are we slightly behind? And the first thing is that we realized that starting off with controlled runs was just a prudent thing to do, and not full processing sort of like right out of the gate during that first week where we had transition. So that slowed down some things. Next, we paused, and the pause turned out to be a little longer than planned. It was 9 days in order to review these control runs, make sure that there were any discrepancies or concerns, they were addressed. And so when we turned around in between the two, and when we're processing 2 days per day, that's 18 days there of, from a transaction perspective. Now later on, we talk about mitigations. We have certainly had conversations about if there is a need in the future to pause. The criticality of addressing whatever the reason is, it could be for a pause, that it's addressed very quickly and we get right back on schedule, and that it's not acceptable to have any number of days at all for delays, certainly not 9 days. Also, we had a few business rule rejections of transactions for missing images. This is just something we're managing through, but it slowed us down in the very beginning. And then also region of interest, we're missing on some transactions. The region of interest is something new that we've introduced to the notice of toll due. Normally, we've always had the vehicle, normally the rear of the vehicle, sometimes the front, particularly with tractor trailers. The region of interest also like zooms in, and it's an additional photo of just the license plate, so that the region of interest and the vehicle complement each other. So now we've put together a recovery schedule, and in the recovery schedule, instead of processing a 2-for-1, 2 days for every 1 day, we're processing about a 2.1 to 2.2 per single day. We've reviewed business rules, we've ensured the quality process, we have strategies to address things very quickly should they arise. In the next slide, we'll talk about other risks and mitigations and outcomes as to where we are. Now, with the delays, we've already talked about the April that was anticipated. May's underperformance of the forecast is higher than what it would have been because of these days. But where you're going to see the catch up is in June, because that additional 1 to 2 days that we're grabbing every single week, you see that in June. So right now, conservatively, May is expected to underperform by nearly $40 million. And then in June, we will be current with all transactions June 26, whereas previously the original schedule had us being current on June 21st. And so as we follow this schedule, FY21 numbers are expected to be near the original backlog plan, resulting us in meeting or exceeding our coverage. If I move to the last slide, risks to our plan. We have a single workflow for all transactions, and that was partly needed because with the backlog, we need to be able to systematically manage the movement of transactions through the process, and we had to be able to do it in a very controlled manner. So anytime you have a single workflow as opposed to multiple, that does create some risk. We've had numerous strategies meetings. The entire team is lockstep with each other and understand the criticalities of processing the AVI transactions. And if we need to, we will be in a positioned to prioritize them. They're also adding additional, what we call optimal character recognition readers. When transactions go through image review, the first thing is if an OCR can read it with a confidence level, it doesn't require manual intervention to review it. Additional OCRs being added to make sure that we don't have a choke point downstream. You know, numbers have been crunched. Look through the entire process, that any point in time along this process, if there's a risk that transactions could start to get choked, strategies have been or are in process of being put in place to make sure we eliminate that choke point or bottleneck. We also have risks of as we move transactions over and network resources. Again, our conversations, at a minimum weekly, but very often more frequent, includes conversations with CAPTCHA's CEO and president, senior vice presidents. We are in regular communications with them, and they've devoted the resources needed in order to achieve this plan. And they have tested it and scrubbed it and made sure that the plan does not reflect stretch goals, but actually realistic timeframes. There's also customer feedback as we're processing transactions, and then we're coordinating to making sure the end of the month June transactions are processed very quickly, so they're part of this fiscal year. So I've talked about, we've added additional manual review. We've in the last couple weeks, it's over 100 resources between what's already been added and what will be added in the coming weeks for manual review to make sure that we don't have any issues there. The additional OCR engine has been added. They're looking at processes to make sure the trip construction is as streamlined as possible. Expanding the feed from FMT. It's one of our busiest sites. So if you think about transactions, and transactions are processed on a FIFO basis, first in, first out. And so FMT, which the largest volume of transactions, an additional feed is being created from that to make sure that the system's not waiting for FMT to finish its transactions. And continued outreach with customers to make sure they understand and what to expect on their side, and then the coordination with the vendors that I've mentioned several times. So that's an update as to where we are from a traffic and revenue perspective. Happy to answer any questions.
Bear with me a second. That member Ardinger lost her connection, so I'm trying to get her back in. But looks like member Von Paris has a question.
I do have a quick question. On the 39 million, the 40 million that we're going to have a little shortfall in May, how much of that, Deb, do you feel we're going to pick up in June?
So in June, a bulk of it. I mean, because when we have our transactions flow through, at the very end of May is when we're processing where we left off with transition for the legacy facilities. And so when we're doing the 2-for-1 processing, we're expecting to exceed the forecast in June, by quite a bit. And that's what brings us back closer to the 72 million that we had been forecasting before. Because when we get through May, we will be over the $100 million, but June will bring us not only under the $100 million under our forecast, but back up close to the 72 million that we've been reporting.
Okay. Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the board?
I had a question. Deb, I mean, I understand why we weren't processing in April during the transition period, but why do we have such a big deficit in May? Haven't we been processing all month? I guess we have.
We have been. And this is where which facilities are being transactions or processing and the type of transaction significantly affects our revenue. And so in order to manage the backlog and to manage the and systematically feed transactions in the process, we needed to do that on a first in, first out basis. And so as we've been essentially catching up the ICC and image transactions, we're not processing the legacy AVI transactions. And so what happened is the processing of them shifted from mid-May to late May. And that's what's causing the underperformance in May at a greater dollar amount than what was originally planned. But on May 29th, May 29th is when those transactions start flowing through. Instead of like May 18th, 17th. So originally we were going to process them May 17th, 18th, right around there. Now it's May 29th. And that's what's caused the change.
Were we also catching up processing for a whole year? Is that have we gotten rid of that part of the backlog like last year?
No, we haven't. And I'm going to refer you back to one of your slides. It's slide 13. And at the top of the backlog plan, this is what was presented last month. So if you recall the plan, we were trying to balance a lot of competing goals. And one of the goals was what the IAG, their Easy Pass group, refers to as stale transactions that are older than 60 days. And so we were trying to reduce and stop having any more of a backlog grow. And that's why we started with March 2nd, because that was within the 60-day window. So those have been the transactions that we were processing first. And then soon as we're current, from March to today, so today we're processing today or yesterday's transactions, that's when we start shifting back and forth. We go from processing 1 week of current transactions and 1 week of transactions from the backlog that's older than March. So we originally planned to start doing that June 21st, the week of June 21st. Now it's June 26th.
So you think by June 26th, you'll have all the more current backlog caught up?
But by June 26th, we will be current from March 2nd to present day. And then we will process the current week's transactions and 1 week of the backlog. But the backlog will never grow. And even today, the backlog is not growing. But every week for week, we will be reducing the backlog after June 26th instead of June 21st.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Any other questions from members of the board?
Yeah, this is Member Rosen, just one other question. What are the additional expenses we're incurring for this tremendous backlog that we continue to develop, and is that being taken into account as we're looking at the deficit going forward?
Yeah, so that is something we're working with Caption Transcorp on. The backlog was of this size. Some backlog is always anticipated. This backlog is certainly larger than anyone anticipated. And so that's conversations that we'll have with our vendor. I think an important point to note is when we pay for transactions, we and processing, we always have to pay for them. So we're paying one vendor or we're paying another vendor. So with this backlog, these are transactions that were not processed by conduit. So we didn't pay for them on that side. And our pricing is certainly better with Capsh and TransCore. Now, moving transactions and storage, there are costs associated with that, and there are conversations that we're having. So we've never paid to date. We've never paid two vendors for the same transaction.
Thank you.
Deb, if I could interject one, kind of going back to Member Gaines' question, I was trying to pull it up as you were answering the question. Just wanted to remind the members that last month, Deb's presentation, the slide, only includes an excerpt from the backlog, but as we reported last month, the backlog will not be cleared until early 2022. And then beyond that, that's processing internal to the system, so posting to accounts. Beyond that, we still have the catch up with the mail house, where we actually have to send out the paper copies through mail to our customers, and that would be more likely towards mid 2022 or possibly later, depending on how quickly they pay and how much remailing we have of citations and other notices associated with it. So I just want to make sure, since it appeared based on the question that there was an assumption that this backlog would be resolved very quickly or within the next couple months, that's not the case. The backlog grew from March of 2020 through October of 2020. So we've got a lot of months of backlog to clear, and we cannot do that. We can't process current and backlog concurrently so quickly to harm our customers, like we talked about previously. So it will take several months to clear that, and I just want to make sure that point was clear to the members. Thanks.
Yeah, and thank you, Will. And just one thing about the backlog too, Will, you mentioned March 2020. That was when we were the COVID NOTDs, and we have mailed those. So when it comes to transaction processing, the backlog dates back to July 21st, 2020. And that's the date that you can see in purple on slide 13. So currently, between when we started transition until June 26th, we're taking care of all transactions March 2nd through June 25th, call it the day before. And then 26th, we'll do current transactions, and we'll go back to July 21st, 2020 and go week for week, 1 week current, 1 week backlog, up until January of 22. And then NOTDs trail behind. And of course, we'll encourage customers to pay online prior to a notice being mailed, in which they also receive a 15% discount for doing so.
Great, thank you. See whose hand is up. I can't see everybody. Member Arger?
Yes, I'm sorry. I kind of lost my ability to hear what was going on. So if I'm repeating something that was already asked, again, I apologize. But going back to something that Will presented, it looks like there's some difficulty going on with the image quality of some of the current transactions that are taking place. Would those image quality issues flow into the backlog in any way and impact what we're trying to do with the past?
Let me clarify that. So when we send an image, we have to meet the statutes in order to ensure that it would survive all possible scenarios if it goes all the way to court. And we need to, that becomes part of the evidence package that goes to the court that they use to decide whether or not a customer should be held responsible for the toll. We've observed that some of the nighttime images, the daytime images are not an issue at all. It's just some of the evening images at certain tolling locations are dark. And the statute currently requires that the vehicle image, license plate, and state of the license plate are clear. And so the part of that, all of the images that we're seeing, the license plate and the state are very clear on the image. But in certain instances, particularly for dark vehicles, the vehicle itself can be difficult to discern, make, model, type, those kind of questions. And so we think that the images in most instances would still be paid by our customers. Based on the fact that the license plate is very discernible. However, we want to make sure that there's an abundance of clarity, that we fully met all aspects of the statute so that we don't have any lost revenue associated with those images. So to answer your question about how that relates to the backlog, the system, the lane side portion of the system has been active for, I don't know, Deb, you could tell me how long now, but prior to these corrections being put in place, all of the images that have been taken to date are subject to this issue. But again, it's a limited subset of vehicle types and that we have that are a potential concern, and the license plate and state itself are generally very clear. So we expect that most of our customers will get their statement, their NOTD, see that, recognize that it is their vehicle and not challenge that. But there's some people who, it doesn't matter what we do, they would want to take it to court, and out of the abundance of caution, we want to make sure that the quality is sufficient, that there's no arguments as to whether or not it's them or not.
Okay, so I guess what I'm hearing is that it's not flowing into the backlog. They're going out. It's just, we want to clean it up and make it even a better image.
Correct. We are not holding any of the backlog processing over this imaging, but it's more of a forward-looking path for us to try to make sure that future imaging is improved.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I follow up a little bit? Maybe it's a little off-the-wall question. Is there a percentage, and I noticed going through the tolls a couple of weeks ago, I know you can get the image of a car, but if there's no tags, I mean, is there just a very small percentage of people going through without tags on their vehicle?
Oh, so our issue is not, just so we're clear, our issue is not with customers who do not have tags. Our equipment is equipped with both front and rear license plate readers. And so in the event that certain states don't require license plates on both sides of the vehicle, both ends of the vehicle, we typically are still able to have a good image from where they do. In the event that somebody happens to be driving around illegally without any license plate, that kind of becomes an enforcement issue, I'll say, outside of tolling. Yes, if they travel in our facilities, they don't have a transponder and no license plate, we really won't have a means of collecting from them. But we certainly have an MDTA police force who's going to pull somebody over for that kind of circumstance. So I don't have a count of what kind of percentage of the number of vehicles that are traveling like that, but it's not a concern that we're typically talking about, if that helps.
Good. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further questions from members of the board? Looks like Member Rob Parrish, your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I guess the concern I have is, here we are in a situation where as mentioned, when it's dark, we're having difficulty with the image. Yet we have, I guess, video tolling's been around for a while, certainly before we started this, I would say. But is it our problem or is it the problem with the vendor? Because, here we have a professional organization coming in to do this, and we're having issues with the ability of the system to read when it's dark, when a lot of our business takes place. So I don't want to go too deep into this, but it is a concern I have, and I'm puzzled by why that, why it couldn't have been part of the package when we got it.
So to be clear, pardon me, I got a little. To be clear, there are ongoing discussions with our vendor about the limits of responsibility about this lighting. So I don't want to, provide any kind of speculation as to who's at fault and what level of responsibilities there will be associated with this, because that's an ongoing dialogue with us and the vendor. The vendor has asserted that there are contract requirements about the level of lighting that's allowable to avoid light pollution with our customers, and that was a provision in the RFP to not disturb neighboring homeowners about installing so much lighting to make the images particularly bright. So that's what our vendor has leveraged, noting that because of that, they weren't able to make the image brighter. We are doing some tests now to kind of evaluate those assertions, if you will, and to look at what the options are in terms of improving lighting. But that's an ongoing dialogue at this time.
Thank you. Certainly an important dialogue for sure. Thank you.
Absolutely. Any further questions from members of the board? Great, thank you, Will. I know this is a long process, Will and Deb both. Thank you for your hard work on it. At this point, we're going to move into it is 10:44. We're going to take a quick break, give everybody a little bit of an opportunity to grab a drink and catch up on a few things. And it is 10:44. Let's reconvene at 10:55.
Chairman, if we could just wait a few more moments, we're missing a couple members.
Okay.
Chairman, I believe we have all members online again.
Great, thank you, Natalie. If everybody only knew the scrambles that we go through in these breaks to like sprint for a drink and those things. But thank you, welcome back. Time is now 10:56 and we'll continue with this morning's agenda. I do want to say a few words. The next two items are associated with the really important work around the American Legion Bridge. This is the first update on since a recent shift we made to scale the NEPA work with our commercial procurement. The most critical part of this program is absolutely replacing the 62-year-old American Legion Bridge. You know, we worked really hard through this process to give all of our partners a voice in responding, and we are responding to them. Simply put, waiting to replace the American Legion Bridge is just not an option. There aren't any state funds available for this work, and we really have to address this bridge. The proposal that we're hearing about today is just another critical step in achieving that historic commitment that Governor Hogan and Governor Northam made to replace that aging American Legion Bridge and relieve the country, relieve one of the country's most notorious traffic choke points. Just yesterday, the Commonwealth Transportation Board approved their designation for the Virginia Hot Lanes up to the American Legion Bridge for their northern extension project, meeting up to where we are. The American Legion Bridge is 60 plus years old and has been operating beyond its capacity for decades. This statistic always gets me that daily traffic has grown 390% since the bridge opened in 1962. Though we are going to vote on simply starting a new process today, an important element of this plan is the existing lanes will remain free, meaning people can choose whether to pay that toll or not. I want to be really clear on that point because it's really important to our customers. Under the hot lane proposals, no one will be subject to a toll unless they choose to use that facility. More than 40% of the region's population travels that segment of the Capital Beltway and the American Legion Bridge. The link is a key component between Maryland and Virginia. As we partner with Virginia to create this new multimodal American Legion Bridge, we're learning from their experience with the managed lanes that have been in place for more than a decade. The lanes have not only provided congestion relief, but have been very reasonable in terms of their output. 82% of their customers on 495 spend less than $20 a month. 74% of the I-95 express lane customers pay less than $20 a month as well. You know, that's not to say that we're going to replicate what Virginia's system is. We're planning to do a system for Maryland. And so, however, we are collaborating with them. You know, we have large financial infrastructure needs across this state that call for tackling things differently. You know, today's American Legion Bridge is structurally sound, but we know within the next 10 years, we're going to have to put a new deck on that or replace it within the next 15. What the reality is that there's a cost to construction for that, no matter what, and it will not lessen the impact. You know, whether we're replacing the deck or replacing the bridge, our customers will feel the same thing. The construction impacts are the same. There is no doubt in my mind that the P3 model is really a great tool for us. You know, paying for the American Legion will have a significant ability for us, enhance our ability to make other investments. We just don't have enough resources to address this, along with all the other needs we have on our transit network, our highway network, the Port of Baltimore, and BWI Marshall. Now, MDTA staff will be presenting their official tolling proposal today. During the February meeting, staff shared preliminary information with the board and the public to give a little bit of early insight into the staff's work on this complex effort and the toll rate setting process. You know, as you've just heard, we're going to keep moving through that, but you're going to hear from Jeff Folden today about our update on the NEPA process. But after 2 years of due diligence, our MDTA team is going to present that toll proposal for American Legion Bridge 270 to 370, the first dynamic toll lane facility in Maryland. But it's worth repeating today that the proposal that you're going to hear, the tolling proposal, is solely focused on phase one, American Legion Bridge 270 to 370. Any action to set, revise, or any other tolls beyond that is a separate process. Back in February, I assured residents and our customers that at that time that MDTA is committed to transparency and public input. I want to renew that commitment today. The MDTA board today seeks approval from our board members to just begin that process and start seeking that input. You know, we're going to go over the full process today and discuss the various comment periods, but I want to assure everyone that there will be many opportunities for written comments, public testimony before the board, and opportunities to, before work, consider voting in the recommendation later this year. But today, we're going to hear this official tolling proposal from the MDTA to the MDTA board. I do want to commend our staff for working on this proposal. Maryland is choosing to be one of the only two states in the nation to incorporate a soft rate cap to constrain the toll rate to protect our customers. We want to thank stakeholders who are tuned in today for the live stream, and we will encourage your feedback. So stay tuned for the public hearings. We look forward to getting your feedback. With that, let me start with Jeff to give us an update on the NEPA process and how that has been kind of scaled to match the commercial process. So Jeff?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the record, my name is Jeff Folden, Maryland Department of Transportation, State Highway Administration, Deputy Director for the P3 program, and appreciate everyone's time here and giving me the opportunity to update you on our National Environmental Policy Act study for the Managed Lane study. So we had updated you back in February and noting our recommended preferred alternative, and on May 12th of this year, we've actually announced a new recommended preferred alternative for the Managed Lane study, known as Alternative 9 Phase 1 South. And this new recommended preferred alternative focuses solely on building a new American Legion Bridge and delivering 2 high occupancy toll or hot lanes within the limits of Phase 1 South, which is the American Legion Bridge I-270 to I-370 corridor, with no action at this time on the Capital Beltway east of the I-270 Eastern Spur. So this new recommended preferred alternative aligns the Managed Lane study to be consistent with our phase delivery approach that we've been pursuing with this Phase 1 South and our permitting approach. And it's being responsive to our agency and public comments we've heard over the last several months since we originally announced Alternative 9 as a recommended preferred alternative back in January. This new RPA will also be advanced with our phase developer as part of the pre-development work, which, to be clear, pre-development work is preliminary design and pre-construction services that's done prior to final design and construction. And it will really be focused on further avoiding and minimizing impacts to environmental resources, communities, properties, utilities, and other features, and collaborating with our agency partners, property owners, utility owners, and citizens. But looking at the schedule forward for the Managed Lane study in the late summer 2021, the Federal Highway Administration and MDTA will issue a supplemental draft environmental impact statement that will outline Alternative 9 Phase 1 South for public review and agency comment. And I just want to be clear, this supplements our draft environmental impact statement that we released last summer. And then after the supplemental DEIS, we will take the time to review all the feedback and comments we received, both from the draft environmental impact statement, which we've been reviewing since last fall, and on this new supplement. And we will develop a final environmental impact statement and record of decision, which we are planning for spring of 2022. And after this environmental process is complete, and if a build alternative select and record of decision, we would be coming back to the MDTA board seeking approval for the final design, construction, financing, operations, and maintenance for the Section P3 agreement for Phase 1 South. So consistent with Alternative 9 that we previously announced, Alternative 9 Phase 1 South proposes adding 2 hot lanes in each direction from the George Washington Memorial Parkway in Virginia, tying into that system that Virginia will be extending as part of the Northern Extension Project, and traveling up 495 over to Maryland 187. On I-270, it would go from I-495 to I-370 and also the I-270 Eastern Spur from Maryland 187 to I-270. This would provide a 2-lane hot lane network within the entire limits of Phase 1 South. This would be accomplished by adding 2 lanes on the American Legion Bridge and adding 1 lane in each direction on I-270, and taking the existing high-ox vehicle lane and allowing toll-paying customers to utilize that lane. This will address the existing traffic and long-term traffic growth within the corridor, enhance trip reliability, provide additional travel options, and improve the movement of goods and services within Phase 1 South. We'll also be providing significant pedestrian and bicycle commitments to improve connectivity of area sidewalks and trails consistent with local priorities and master plans. And that includes a new multi-use trail on the American Legion Bridge across the Potomac River. So as previously noted by the chairman, the existing general purpose lanes throughout Phase 1 South will be retained and remain free for all users, all motorists. Drivers with less than 3 occupants and vehicles would only pay a toll for the hot lanes if they chose to use them. Vehicles with 3 or more people, carpools, van pools, would be allowed to utilize the high-access toll lanes at no cost. Also, buses and motorcycles would be able to use those lanes at no cost as well. So I just want to be clear, this new recommended preferred alternative isn't suggesting that improvements will not be needed on the top side or east side of 495. It's simply suggesting that if this RPA is selected at the conclusion of the environmental process, any additional improvements on these other sections of the interstate system would be advanced separately through additional environmental studies, analysis, and collaboration with our stakeholders, the public, and our partners. So the MLS management studies being advanced in accordance with the National Environmental Policy Act. We're also advancing concurrently the solicitation for our phase developer for Phase 1. And that Phase 1 covers this Phase 1 South, but also Phase 1 North, which is I-370 to I-70 in Frederick, which will be subject to its own independent environmental study, which will include that collaboration with the public, stakeholders, and agency partners. So once again, I just want to thank you for your time in presenting, and take any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Jeff. Just real quick, maybe I'll start because I've been kind of working it so closely. Would you agree that there's much greater consensus around that section and the other parts of the system? It's not necessarily that we don't need the other parts of the system. It's just the fact that there's a lot more work to do in trying to find the right solution for those parts of the system. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would agree with you. And
I think, just the ability to align the commercial side with our NEPA side, I think is the right decision. But
absolutely.
Any questions from members of the board for Jeff? Great. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for spending some time with us.
Sorry, Secretary. Sorry, one question. So given the reduced scale and scope of the project, do we think that's going to impact costs at all, or any other material economic aspects of this project, since presumably the contractor had different intentions originally?
So the phase developer contract, the limits have not changed. We've just aligned it with their limits, the limits of that contract. What it is we were looking to do a single decision for 48 miles of the Capital Beltway and 270. We've taken out those limits outside of Phase South to advance them separately, because we always intended to advance those as separate agreements based on working through financial viability and working with our stakeholders and collaborating. So at this point, we've just taken that out of this decision document. And in the future, as it becomes evident that we have much better consensus on those other areas, we'll be moving forward with other efforts.
I think what I've noticed is the biggest thing that impacts the cost and financials is delay. Looking at delay, the interest rates are great right now, and we want to be able to take advantage of that. Construction costs continue to go up. We want to take advantage of where they are today.
Hey, I have a question. Jeff,
sure.
We're adding 2 hot managed lanes in each direction, right? Or some of it's shared?
Yes, on the American Legion Bridge, Capital Beltway, that you'd be adding 2 in each direction. But on 270, we'd only be adding 1 lane each direction, and the existing high-active vehicle lane would then be open to toll-paying customers.
Yeah, so you're basically converting the HOV to a hot lane.
So up to 70, you're gonna have 3 managed lanes in? one each direction plus one goes both ways.
Yes, there'd be 2 hot lanes in each direction throughout the entire Phase 1 south limits.
But you said you're only adding one going up 270, one each direction.
Correct, because the existing HOV lane would be repurposed as a hot lane, allowing both HOVs and toll paying customers.
Why not?
There'd be 1 hot added and 1 HOV converted to hot. So that would result in 2 in each direction total.
So you,
Did that answer your question, Member Gaines?
yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the board? Great, thank you, Jeff. Let me jump on to Deb and Carl Chamberlain to walk through the toll rate for Phase 1 American Legion Bridge and just kind of the process and the toll hearing process. Deb?
Sure. Good morning. Again, for the record, my name is Deb Sharpless, MDTA's Chief Financial Officer. We're pleased to present for your consideration a toll rate range proposal for Phase 1 South American Legion Bridge, I-270 to I-370. Earlier this year in February, we presented to the board as an informational item staff's current thinking on the toll rate range proposal. To distinguish the information presented from February, we referred to that information as a preliminary toll proposal. The February presentation was not part of the official toll setting process, but rather an opportunity to share information and begin to build an understanding of the potential tolling for Phase 1 South American Legion Bridge, I-270 to 370. Today's presentation will officially present staff's toll rate proposal and request approval to begin the toll setting process and to schedule toll hearings. This presentation will be displayed by Natalie and Ebony. For those who are watching the board meeting, they've already put the presentation up. The presentation can also be found on our website as stated by the Chairman Slater at the beginning of this meeting. So beginning with the agenda on page Romanet 1, the agenda, your materials are divided into 7 sections. Section 1 is the introduction. Section 2 is dynamic tolling and toll rate range set processing. Section 3 is due diligence. Section 4, proposed toll rate range and soft rate cap. Section 5, communications plan and schedule. Section 6, approval to advertise staff's proposal to begin the toll setting process. And Section 7 is attachments. Carl and myself will present this section, followed by remarks by Executive Director Jim Port. At the conclusion, Carl will begin the presentation and present sections 1, 2, and 5, and I'll present 3 and 4 and 6. The attachment section 7 is intended to provide additional information to the board. We were not planning to formally present the materials in section 7. However, we would be happy to answer any questions on this material. So Natalie, if you'll please advance to page 1, the introduction section, and Carl will turn the floor over to you to begin this presentation.
Thank you, Deb, Mr. Chairman, board members. For the record, my name is Carl Chamberlain. I am project manager in the Division of Planning and Program Development. I'll be the MDTA project manager responsible for conducting the public hearing process for setting the toll rates for this project. I performed the same role for the toll modernization public hearing process that took place in the fall of 2019. So for all board members that participated in those public hearings, this process will be familiar to you. Deb already explained how we're going to be going through the book, but just a couple of caveats before I jump in. So I'll be walking through my sections and of course explaining the information provided, but even though it is on the screen, just want to make note that I won't be reading the document word for word. However, we will be going through in order, so I will make it clear where the information is located as I go, and of course, I believe Ebony will be scrolling through as they go as well. So that way you can follow along in the book. There will be times where warranted and where important information is necessary to get precise that I may read directly from the book. In those cases, I will make it clear that I'm doing so. And of course, I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have while I'm going through the material, but I certainly may defer to other experts in the meeting to help with those questions. With that, we're going to start on page 1 and go through the project introduction. As Deb already noted, after 2 years of due diligence work, MDTA staff is pleased to present to the MDTA board a proposal for toll rate ranges for Phase 1 South American Legion Bridge I-270 to I-370, the first dynamically tolled transportation facility in Maryland. This proposal includes minimum toll and maximum toll rate ranges, soft rate caps within those ranges, a process for annual toll escalation, and toll discounts for certain types of vehicles. There is additional information here in the introduction on page 1 that covers the recommended preferred alternative for the NEPA study. And actually, since that was just covered by Jeff Holden in his update, I'm going to skip ahead on some of this information in the introduction. There is one last thing I'll note before I move on to the next section, which is essentially why we're here, which is that the next step in this process is to seek approval from the MDTA board to proceed with public hearings to begin this toll rate setting process. With that, I'm going to move on to page 2 and go through the bullets that are there on page 2 under key elements of hot lanes. So I'll just run through these real quick. The hot lanes operate at 45 miles per hour or higher, while average speeds in the general purpose lanes also improve. Improvements in speed and travel times encourage use of the interstate and reduce cut-through traffic on local roadways. Free passage discount will be granted if approved for HOV 3+ buses and motorcycles. By granting free passage, these new lanes will give people a more reliable trip, provide more equitable opportunities for the options to travel free, reduce dependency on single occupancy vehicles, and create new opportunities for ride sharing, supporting regional planning efforts to expand the HOV usage. These are also operationally compatible with express hot lanes of Virginia. It allows for increased speeds for buses and hot lanes, provide free flow traffic and assuring a reliable trip for those who take buses. Supplies hot lane connections to existing transit services on local roadways. And lastly, provides connections that support existing and future transit services to underserved communities and businesses. Next, I'm going to move on to page 3. We'll go through the section cost of doing nothing. What I'm going to be doing here is essentially reiterating what Chairman Slater already discussed in his opening statement. But essentially, this is the cost of doing nothing here is overwhelming. And without this plan, Maryland has no funding options for replacing, improving ALB and I-270 and I-370 sections of roadway. This is a driver of economic recovery through critical transportation investment. And in just this phase alone, we'll invest billions of dollars in private funding and critical infrastructure. Next, I'm going to move on to, still on page 3, statute and COMAR. MDTA has a responsibility under Maryland law to fix, revise, and set toll rates in accordance with Transportation Article Section 4-312 of the Annotated Code of Maryland and Code of Maryland Regulations 11.07.05. I'm going to be covering that information in a lot more detail in section 2. But the bigger thing I wanted to make note of here in this section is that, and this was covered already, but just to be clear, this proposal being considered only applies to Phase 1 South, and establishment of other rates for other sections of roadway that might be needed in the future will require a separate toll setting process. Okay, I'm going to remain on page 3 and hit that last section, which is the presentation purpose. So we're here today to formally present the MDTA staff proposed toll rate ranges and soft rate cap within the ranges to seek approval to advertise the staff's proposal to begin the toll rate setting process. And MDTA is committed to transparency and meeting its statutory obligations while upholding the integrity of the separate and distinct NEPA and solicitation process. With that, I'm going to move on to the next section, which actually is going to be on page 5, dynamic toll. One more page in. Yeah, there you go. All right. So the information presented in this section was previously presented to the MDTA board at the February board meeting. And it's also similar information is presented, in previous meetings by Jeff Holden and others on the project. However, as this is a new type of facility in the state of Maryland, and it's, the fact that it is a different type of facility is so important to the proposal, I will quickly go through this one more time as a primer before we get to the actual toll rate proposal. We're going to start high level and then we'll dig into details. So real quick, there are 2 types of tolling facilities. First type is fixed price, which the board members will be comfortable with. Everything on our in our system but ICC and I-95 ETLs is a fixed price facility, just one price that applies at all times. And the second type of tolling facility is a variable price facility. And there are 2 subsets of variable price. There's a time of day variable price facility. Again, the board members will be comfortable with this as ICC and I-95 ETLs are a time of day variable price facility that is already in our system. And then there's the second subset, which is dynamic pricing. And this is what this proposal is for today. And since we do not have any dynamic price facilities today, we'll just kind of go through some more detail on dynamic pricing. Again, I'm still on page 5, and I'm going to go through the dynamic pricing section. So dynamic pricing is a method of calculating the toll where the dynamic pricing mileage rate varies within the approved toll rate range in real time. Simply put, toll rate range changes in real time within that pre-approved range. A dynamic facility uses operational metrics that are predetermined to adjust the toll in real time. Now, this may be new to us for our toll facilities, but certainly it's a common industry practice in other industries. You'll see this in airline pricing, hotel pricing, any place where as demand changes, you see the prices change a little bit over time. These are all examples of dynamic pricing. Moving on to the next section, again, still on page 5, setting toll rates on a dynamic price facility. Now, we've just discussed how this is different than our other facilities. And because it's different than our current facilities, it requires a shift in mindset in how we think about setting tolls. Our primary focus on our current facilities is on revenue necessary to meet our fiscal responsibilities to own, operate, maintain, and finance those facilities. Rather than focusing on revenue, the goal for the managed lanes is to maintain free-flowing traffic in that facility. To meet that goal, it uses pricing factors to influence traffic flow. As such, toll rates need to apply economic supply and demand principles to influence utilization of the managed lanes. This is one of the reasons setting toll rates for this facility is more complex than how we do it for other facilities. And now that I've sort of completed this overview of dynamic facilities, and again, try to do that quickly because we've already seen the material. Now I want to get into discussing the actual toll rate setting process. With that, we're going to move on to page 6. So for those of you that remember the toll modernization public hearings from 2019, the information I'm about to present is familiar to you. Again, I also presented this in February, so you won't see any changes to that as well. But again, this is important for how we do business. So I want to make sure we're very clear with everybody on what the process is going to look like starting today. So to start with, toll setting starts with a proposal by MDTA staff to, and I quote, adopt an increase in mileage rate ranges, price periods, toll zones, fees, or other charges on a variable price toll transportation facilities project, end quote. So that's the start of this. I'm going to move into the hearing announcement, which is where we're at today, again, still on page 6. So staff will present the staff recommended toll rate proposal at an MDTA board meeting, and that's what we're here doing today. We're here to present that recommended toll rate proposal. And at this meeting, we will be seeking approval from the MDTA board to initiate the toll setting process and proceed with holding public hearings. At the time of this proposal, again today, the MDTA board is not voting on the information being presented. Rather, the MDTA board is agreeing to initiate the toll setting process and proceed with public hearings to seek public comment. This is an important distinction. Once we get past the hearing announcement, we'll move into the next section, again, still on page 6, which is the hearing process. So once we get approval from the board to proceed with the hearings, we'll post the material at least 10 days before the first scheduled hearing. In this case, we'll actually be posting all the material today, so that way we can allow for the longest comment period available for the public to comment on this project. We will provide an opportunity for public review and comment, and this is like in quotes, again, because this is from statute, at one or more meetings held at a time and place of convenience to the public in each county where the change is proposed to be implemented, end quote. In this case, that's Montgomery County. So we have one county that's going to be impacted here where we'll be holding the hearings. Those hearings will require a quorum of members plus the chairman or designee. So it's important for the board members to recognize. And one of the things that you will be seeing, if you haven't already, Natalie will be reaching out to you to solicit dates in the month of July for your availability, so that we can go ahead and schedule those. So I appreciate you taking the time to get back to us with that information. Next, we will continue to accept comments after we hold the public hearings for at least 10 days past the end of the last hearing. Once this public comment period closes, we will present a summary and analysis of the comments received to the board and post it to our website. So that covers the hearing process. And then we'll go into the next section, which is actually on page 7, the post-hearing process. Once we've gone through the hearing process, MDTA staff will present a recommended toll proposal to the board at a board meeting. We are then required to provide an additional opportunity to comment for the public. This will be the second public comment period. At that time, the final recommendation and the time, place, and date of the MDTA board vote on the recommendation will also be posted to the MDTA website. We will accept comments for an additional 10 business days. And you'll see later on when I talk about the schedule for this project that we'll actually be providing more than 10 business days for the second comment period. And then after the second comment period, an additional summary and analysis of comments will be presented to the board and posted to our website. And at that point, the board can officially vote. One thing to note about that last board vote is that at the last board vote, there's one last opportunity for public comment, which we'll call the third public comment period. Essentially, at the board meeting, anybody from the public can sign up or register to provide public comments one last time before you vote on the proposal. And with that, that's going to conclude the total setting process. On page 8, 50 skips ahead, you'll see that we have a simplified flow chart for your reference that you can look for anytime, which helps summarize every part of the total setting process and the responsibilities of the MDTA board as part of that process. And with that, I'm going to hand things back to Deb Sharpless. She's going to go through the next 2 sections of the book.
Thank you, Carl. If it's helpful to the board members, please, and Chairman Slater, please let us know the best way if you should have questions. We'll certainly pause after each section, but as we're viewing our screens, if someone raises their hand or something, we can't necessarily see that. So please just stop us. We want to make sure that we answer questions in the manner that works best for Chairman Slater and the board members.
Thank you, Deb. Great advice. Real quick, why don't we just take a pause real quick and see if there are any questions from members of the board for Carl? Great. That's what wait a minute, I have one here, sorry. Member Ron Paris.
I don't know if it's a question for later or now, but what kind of commitments do we have as the authority in terms of resources, labor, insurance, anything, maintenance, anything on this project, oversight, management, and all that? And I'm just curious as to that cost, or and how we back into that cost. Are we to cover that cost in this? And did we take that? Maybe it's not as important. I don't know, but I'm just curious as to how we're covering that cost and the piece that we're getting on the.
Yeah, I think when it comes to when that part of the contract will start to get closer to coming to the board, I think a lot of those details, but maybe Deb can address it just a little bit in terms of kind of the partnership that we have with SHA.
Sure,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't want to get into something if we are not prepared or should discuss it, but I'm just looking at, if we're incurring additional cost for this project, are we covering our cost at a minimum for this today and down the road? So that doesn't, I just think it maybe doesn't have to be answered right now, but I just wanted to bring that up.
No, Member Von Paris, I can address your question. Give me 1 second. If it looks like I'm looking down, I'm actually scrolling back in the attachment sections. One of the attachments, Carl, refresh my memory. I believe it's attachment 1, is what we call boards. So these are either virtual or in-person boards that we would have that provides additional information to the board, to the public, to understand the materials. And there is a slide or a board. I'm just scrolling to it right now. I'm sorry. I thought it would pop up very easily. It is slide number 40 of your materials. And on this slide, it says, what are the responsibilities of the MDTA, MDOT-SHA, and Phase 1 section developer? So MDTA, we have the responsibility per statute to establish toll rate ranges, and we're choosing to establish a soft rate cap, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. We're also maintaining tolling customer service accounts and interactions. A lot of times, think about it as the activities that TransCore performs and our EasyPass operational center performs. We perform those services. I'll talk about those costs in just 1 second. We're also responsible for, since revenue is coming into us, we will disperse the money to the section developer, as well as to pay any debt service on bonds that we will issue that is, for the best interest of the project, because sometimes there's certain costs that one party's better equipped to handle than others. So we'll use bonds for those, but it's really important to know that the toll revenue from this project will pay them. So there's still no subsidy from the state or tax dollars or MDTA toll dollars that would pay for these bonds. It would be the revenue from this project. I talked about using the customer service center. We'll establish an operating reserve, which is just a component of when we transfer money to the section developer. And we have so far been involved in the selection process and will administer toll collections. So the intent is for this to be cost neutral to MDTA. And how it will be cost neutral is we track our costs, sort of like a little bit like a cost accounting, and we understand our per transaction costs. So between the developer or MDOT, they will pay us a per transaction fee, which reimburses us for the costs we incur. And then in February, when we also had discussion, informational conversations about this project beyond just, beyond the toll rates, we talked about the phase agreement, we talked about just other responsibilities. And this project, when it comes to risks, are from my perspective quite minimal for MDTA. And the crust of our responsibilities is our toll setting authority, as well as collecting the tolls and processing the transactions, which we have viewed as very beneficial to the state, because to our customers, it's a toll road. It doesn't matter if it's ours at Fort McHenry Tunnel or the managed lanes on Phase 1 South at the American Legion Bridge. So we're able to provide that consistent service to customers, but we're reimbursed through the transaction fee.
Thank you for the clarification, Deb. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. Any further questions before we move on to the debt section? Great, thanks. Feel free to move ahead, Deb.
Okay, so beginning on page 10, we're going to start with the prior section, which is due diligence. So MDTA staff and its consultants have spent better part of 2 years analyzing toll options in detail for this proposal. When analyzing tolling options, we needed to recognize that managed lanes require dynamic tolling, which, as Carl stated, is a form of variably priced tolling. And as well as stated by Carl, we have experience when it's time of day with the intercounty connector and the I-95 express toll lanes, where we have pricing is based on a peak, off-peak, and overnight period of time based on the weekday. Whereas with this, we have dynamic tolling, and toll rates are collected electronically at highway speeds. They're updated on a toll segment by segment basis. And if you go through multiple tolling segments, the toll rate for each individual segment is summed. We'll talk about that some more in just a little bit. And so the rate varies per segment based on traffic conditions. And so we'll have higher rates where there's more congested segments and lower rates in less congestion segments. And that is key to managing congestion. So that was one of the first major pieces of our due diligence, is to think about this roadway as a dynamically priced facility, unlike our current facilities. So then our due diligence informing the staff's toll rate range proposal included a combination of traffic revenue modeling specific for this facility and modeling analysis using data from other U.S. price managed lanes currently in operations, input from price managed lanes experts, as well as the potential developers, which we talked about in February, and we provided those communications. The traffic and revenue model is based on the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments regional travel data. The model incorporated detailed corridor counts, speeds, origin and destination data, as well as independent socioeconomical regional forecasts, future transportation projects, and input from the Virginia I-495 lanes were included in order to refine the model. The model provided estimated average weekday tolls with a base year of 2017, 4 future years, and 13 time periods within each of those years. We, MDTA, and its TNR consultant, CDM Smith, also perform post-model processing that incorporate data from other price-managed facilities. Now, we specifically used Virginia 495. This was done for 2 reasons. One is there are not a lot of facilities that have a long operational history. And second, the geographical location proved to be very valuable to us. So the analysis focused on estimating day-to-day variability above and below averages and what the variability within those time periods. So now if we move to page 11, our due diligence also included input from industry experts and the potential developers. We consulted managed lanes experts and agencies around the country currently with operations and requested input from the potential proposers for consideration. So that's a summary of section 3 and the due diligence that we formed in order to be prepared to present this proposal for your consideration today. But before moving on to section 4, are there any questions that I can answer?
Thank you, Deb. None from me. Looks like we have a question from Member Ardinger.
Yes, Deb, thank you for that presentation. Well, I'm happy to note that we're not the first state to implement this. That always makes you feel more comfortable. What was the feedback that you received from the other states that are utilizing this?
Well, the feedback with the other states, sometimes we've had feedback from an operational perspective. CDM Smith, we had feedback. We reached out to Texas. Texas is the only other state that has a soft rate cap. We received feedback from them with regard to operational metrics and volumes of traffic and how it affects congestion, timing for changes in toll rates, how frequent they're allowed to change. General understanding like that is some of the feedback that we wanted to consider.
Member Ardinger, I actually looked at that as well, just I connected with Executive Director James Bass, who was over at TxDOT. He recently moved on to a different role, but just kind of understand that many states that have these types of facilities don't have a soft cap or even a hard cap. And so it's purely kind of price driven, but we felt pretty strongly that we needed a set of parameters around the tolling that we could really look at and understand, and so that our citizens could really look at and understand. So, we felt strongly that that cap was needed.
And I would assume, Secretary Slater, that these states that are utilizing this have been happy with how it's dealt with the traffic congestion, and at the same time dealing with the taxpayers and their interaction with this type of transportation.
Yes. Actually, when the team, and Deb may talk about it a little bit, but when the team really started to think about what that range could be, we looked at the operations and we looked at growth and we looked at, how it would relate back. And that's the feedback that we felt pretty strongly that they could work within. And then, what I've seen from these other states is it, especially these HOT facilities, they give you the ability to not only alleviate some of the congestion, but it also gives you the ability to manage growth in the region. And we have a lot of growth that's happening. But like what we've seen in Virginia, for instance, is a real growth in carpooling. So, 3 people in a car can utilize the toll facilities without a charge, without a toll. So, gives the ability to move more people through a corridor. I don't have this stat in front of me, but the person throughput in these corridors really will grow with the institution of these lanes and be able to alleviate some congestion at the same time.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the board? Great. Thank you. Just keep going, Deb.
Sure. Okay, so now advancing to section 4, which begins on page 12. So the toll proposal for Phase 1 South, American Legion Bridge, I-270 to I-370, includes a toll rate range. It's a minimum and maximum for each payment method, as well as vehicle classification, and is required by statute. But as we've started to talk about, it also includes a soft rate cap. And the soft rate cap provides an additional protection to customers that we'll spend some time talking about. And then, as we've also stated, particularly Chairman Slater, is that Maryland's only one of 2 states to provide the soft rate cap. So beginning with the toll rate range that we refer to, it includes a minimum toll rate. This is the lowest toll rate per mile that will be charged at any tolling segment for the hot lanes, or the lowest total toll the customer will pay regardless of how far they travel. In your materials too, we'll compare the two when it's the lowest per segment versus the lowest for the entire trip. So then we also have the soft rate cap, which is the toll rate amount that can only be exceeded when at least one of the following thresholds are met within a given tolling segment during the preceding 5-minute period. The first is the average traffic volumes. It exceeds 1,600 passenger car equivalent vehicles per hour, or the average speed in a tolling segment is below 50 miles per hour. This protection is for our customers to constrain the toll rate. And also a little bit later in your materials, we'll look at some toll rates as to what they could look like with the soft rate cap and what they'd look like without the soft rate cap. And it's not common in the industry, with Maryland only being the second to implement what we feel is this really important element of the toll proposal. And then lastly, with regard to the range, is the maximum toll rate. The maximum toll rate is the highest per mile rate that can be charged within any tolling segment, and it can never be exceeded under any circumstance at all. So now, moving on to the next page, page 13. Another element has to do with escalation, and it's an annual adjustment to the minimum and maximum toll rate ranges, the soft rate cap, the minimum toll. We have a surcharge ceiling. So it's basically, we have to escalate each one of these amounts over the life of this contract in order to keep with growing traffic demand and to ensure we're adjusting for annual inflation. And it's the way that we are allowed to maintain the goals of the project over time. So 2 factors that are used: inflation, which is the value of money, the change in the value of money over time, and second, demand growth. And that accounts for population, employment, and income. Now, at the very bottom of page 13 is the proposed toll rate ranges, where we just talk about them a little bit. And again, it's focused on the idea that when we set a range, it's on a per mile basis. And we have a minimum and we have a maximum. That's our range. We have a soft rate cap within the range. This exists for every vehicle classification and payment types. The change in the range from like a 2-axle to a motorcycle to a 3-axle, that we use the term multiplier. It's consistent with our existing facilities. The vehicle classifications are consistent with the toll modernization proposal, and an illustration of those vehicles can also be found in your attachments. And then also the range rate difference between Easy Pass, pay by plate, and unregistered video, which is also known as video tolling, they're consistent with our existing toll rates elsewhere in the facilities. So the proposal that we're putting in front of you, some of the fundamentals with our system for consistency comes through in this proposal as well. So if we move to page 14, this is the toll rate proposal, and I'll just, I'm going to spend a little bit of time walking through this, and then as we move on, we'll dive deeper into this. So the first thing you notice are the columns of vehicle types and payment methods. That's what I was just referring to, how there's 3 sections because we have 3 types of payments, and then each type of payment is divided up by vehicle type. We also use the term classification. Now, another thing that I hope jumps off the page to you is the free columns. The general purpose lanes, you know, really, I guess they remain free. So I wouldn't call them part of the toll proposal because they are free today and they will continue to be free. This proposal is focused on the hot lanes. Now, I hope the other 2 columns that jump out to you are the 2 free columns for HOV3+, when you have 3 or more individuals, carpools, van pools, families, as well as buses and motorcycles being able to travel on the hot lanes for free. Then we have in the middle.
I got a question. Why motorcycles?
Well, first is motorcycles are very often considered HOV vehicles, and they are.
I don't consider it, but go ahead.
Okay. So the next section you see is the peach area, and this is the proposal for the ranges. You see the minimum, the maximum, and you see the soft rate cap in the middle. Now there's a couple tick marks on here, or footnotes, that I want to highlight. And I'm going out of order. I'm going top to bottom as opposed to sequentially. The first one is the tick mark that you see with the toll rate ranges, the tick mark 3. That just speaks to the escalation, the fact that these toll rates are in 2021 dollars. We felt that it was appropriate in our proposal, that the proposal that we put in front of you is in the dollar year that we are currently in. The next has to do with the minimum toll rate range, and that's tick mark number 2, which talks about the minimums. And the minimums is if someone only went through one segment, there's still a minimum toll that may exceed that per mile rate. And that's intended in order to make sure that we recover collection costs for the toll. So then as we move, so now as I move down, into pay by plate. You see the note about 1.2 times the Easy Pass rate that is consistent with MDTA's facilities. And then as I move down again to video tolling, it's also known as unregistered video. It's 1.5 times the Easy Pass rate, which is also consistent. Now, this has 2 footnotes. The first note has to do with the surcharge, that when we add the 50% increase over Easy Pass, what we consider the best payment method and the method that provides the lowest toll rates to customers, we cap that 50%. And our proposal includes a cap of $15 above the Easy Pass rate. This is also consistent with MDTA's facilities, and because of demand changing and the value of money changing, this would escalate the same as the ranges in the soft rate cap. And then the last footnote is footnote number 4, which is we're proposing that customers on the managed lanes receive the same early payment discount that MDTA customers receive, which is 15% up to $5 when they pay their video tolls online prior to receiving a notice. So this table, it summarizes the entire toll proposal. And in the pages to come, we'll talk about these elements in greater detail to ensure a complete understanding of how they work and the benefits behind them, which supports the reason for our proposal.
Hey, Deb, let me ask a question, Member Cox. On the HOVs with vans and carpools, are they going to be issued some type of a special tag or permit or something? Because, vans are one thing, but carpools with 3 or more people, how is that going to be judged? I think is a good question.
Yeah. So with the RFP, the proposal process, the how to solve a problem, how to design, how to execute something, we leave that up to the developer. So we were not prescriptive in telling them how to decipher HOV 3+ buses or motorcycles. We advise them of our thinking, our intent to have this free passage for these types of vehicles, but we leave that technical solution up to the developers. With Virginia being our neighbor, and many of us being familiar with their managed lanes, their technical strategy is something called a flex tag. It's an Easy Pass transponder with a little button that you slide to the left or the right, whether or not you're declaring yourself as HOV. That is one way that they may choose to determine if someone meets the requirements for free passage. But that decision, we leave it to them and their responsibility. They are not to pass to us any vehicle that qualifies for free passage.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question in terms of just understanding the mechanics of the minimum total. I understand it's intended to cover a minimum so that we can cover our costs. But if I'm going on the road at a time when it's not peak traffic, so I'm there at midnight, no one else is around, am I going to effectively be charged the soft rate cap amount if I go the full length of?
No. So no, Member Rosen. So I guess theoretically, let's take an extreme. Because you're talking about middle of the night. You're one of a handful of vehicles on the roadway. but you choose to use the managed lanes because you like them. You perceive them as safer. You know, there's less traffic on them. So you choose to use the managed lanes. And you're in a 2-axle vehicle. It's very, very likely your per mile rate is going to be 20 cents. If you, and let's assume that you use an Easy Pass since it provides the lowest tolls for you, and you only go one exit, one gantry, you go a very, very short distance, and your 20 cents per mile is multiplied by your distance, your minimum toll would be 50 cents. So if you only, went 2 miles, instead of being charged 40 cents, you would be charged 50 cents. So the minimum only kicks in if you are, at the very low end of the minimum range and you're going an extremely short distance. And in a few minutes, we have an illustration that shows that.
Deb, hold on one second. We have 2 more questions. Looks like Member Arnger has a question.
Thank you. Yeah, this is back to Member Cox's question. And if someone is violating a traffic rule, be it not enough people to constitute a carpool or speeding or whatever, what's the interaction going to be? I'm assuming the police will be having access and on the HOV lane. Will they also be issuing tickets, especially if it's something like you're violating the carpool restriction?
So I'm not sure whether to turn this over to Colonel Anderson. But generally, if you violate HOV lanes today, you can be issued a ticket. It's breaking the law. So the developer will work closely with the police to try and ensure that customers are honest and do not, declare, however technically that occurs, themselves as HOV when they're really not. So the developer, State Highway Administration, they'll partner with MSP, Maryland State Police, to ensure enforcement. Now, the developer has an incentive to work closely with them and form partnerships, because if someone is declaring themselves as HOV and they're not, there's no toll revenue coming in. But we look to the developer to determine the best way to have customers declare themselves and work with partnering agencies to ensure enforcement. And I think this is consistent, like even with take our tolling system, our 3G, we tried to issue a non-prescriptive RFP that they're experts in this industry and they understand technology that may be 10 years down the road that we're not aware of. So we want to allow their expertise and their innovation to be able to come through in these contracts, and having them determine the technology and how they're going to have customers declare themselves. We put that responsibility on them so that we can be ensured, modern approaches and technology and, and of course, compliance with current laws.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Carroll?
Deb, I wanted to make sure I was understanding what I thought I saw in the video. When the surcharges are applied, are they applied to the then toll rate based on the next surcharge being applied, or is it applied to a base toll rate?
So if you are a 5-axle vehicle, and it would be, and we calculate, let me, sorry about that. If we, hypothetically, if the toll rate, regardless of your classification, was $4, then the video rate would be $6. And so the dynamic price, the 50% increase, is based on the Easy Pass rate. If something, or especially higher axle vehicles, was in a highly congested time period where rates were higher, they were going a considerable distance on the roadway, and they had a toll that was greater than $30. You know, they're going end to end, high axle, high congestion, their tolls above $30. The video tow rate would be an additional 15, which makes it 45. But if they're had they been using Easy Pass, if that rate was $32, then it would be capped at 37. I'm sorry, 47. It would, so that surcharge is what we call it, is never allowed to exceed $15. And the 50% increase, you know, because some people might call that a surcharge as well, that's to cover the additional costs and collections that it takes for video tolling.
Okay, so I guess I thank you for that, but I guess my question was more, I'll be more specific this time. So I'm a 2-axle vehicle and I'm on mile 1. Mile 1 has, and we're in a congested time, so it has its rate at X. Mile 2 gets more congested. There's some increase in that toll that becomes a surcharge, correct?
No, not quite, Member Carroll. Would it be possible that in a few minutes, when we walk through some specific examples, when we have the illustration, can I answer the question first as the illustration and then answer the question where we assume it's a video toll customer?
Sure, no problem.
Okay. I think having an example could be helpful. And please, at that time, if I still didn't answer the question being asked, please ask me again.
Sure thing.
So should I move on to the next page or
I thought I had one more question from Member Gaines, but
Yeah, I'll wait till after she does.
okay, great. Go ahead, Deb.
Okay, so now I'm on, we've moved to page 15. And here we have an illustration. This is the minimum toll. And this is where we were talking about the toll rate range is per mile. Pardon me, sorry. And then, but then you can have a minimum toll. So if we're the green vehicle and the per rate mile can be set on a segment by segment basis, or sometimes people say gantry by gantry. Sometimes people say between 2 interchanges. So whatever that segment is calculated individually. And so if the green car travels 3 miles and he goes through segment 1 and the toll rate is 20 cents, 20 cents is multiplied by 1 because that's 1 mile. Then he goes through segment 2 and that toll happens to be 20 cents as well because we're in a very, very low congestion time period here. It's multiplied by 2, so they have a total toll of 60 cents. If vehicle number 2 only travels 1 mile, he gets on at crossroad A and he gets off at crossroad B, then his toll is going to be 50 cents because first we take 20 cents multiplied by 1 mile, that equals 20 cents. It's less than the minimum 50 cents, and therefore 50 cents is the minimum toll. And that is for Easy Pass. If we were talking about a pay-by-plate customer, the minimum toll for pay by plate is 63 cents. So the 20 cents that I was referring to would be 25 cents. And if it was video, it would be 30 cents. And that's what I mean by our multipliers that are consistent here. So this is the illustration on this slide, shows how the minimum toll is calculated in low congestion time periods, and consider it the floor, and its intent is to cover collection costs. So then if we move on to slide 2, we're starting to talk about the, I didn't mean to say slide 2, sorry, page 16, starting to talk about the soft rate cap. We've talked a couple times about how it's not standard practice in the toll industry, and it provides a protection, because when the toll rate is between the minimum and the soft rate, the developer is adjusting the toll rate no more frequently than 5 minutes for each segment, and it can vary within that range. But once if congestion is high and the toll rate reach the soft rate cap, it is not allowed to go above the soft rate cap unless in the preceding 5 minutes, traffic is exceeding 1,600 vehicles per lane, passenger vehicle per lane per, that we talked about before, and or speed limits is below 50 miles per hour. And if I move down to table 4-2, we have something that we call demand factors. And it tells the developer at what rate they are allowed to increase above the soft rate cap. So it's very systematic when the rate is grown above the soft rate cap. And it's when we watch a video in a second, it's almost envision stairs. And it goes up gradually like an escalator. And when it comes down, it's coming down like an escalator. Nothing shoots up like an elevator or down like an elevator. It's gradually up, but when it comes back down, it's gradually coming down, but at a faster rate than in which it rose. And so when traffic is above the 1,600, depending on how far above determines the demand factor they're allowed to multiply the temporary or current soft rate cap. When it exceeds by speed, then it's a range between 1.05 and 1.25. I've moved on to page 7. That is noted there. And so I think at this point, we could watch the video of the soft rate cap to see how it increases and then comes back down. And then we'll come back to the presentation and we'll talk about the value and the benefits that are received because of having a soft rate cap. So Natalie, are you able to show the video at this time?
Ebony is getting ready to pull it up as we speak.
Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to the Phase 1 South Toll Rate Range Setting Process in-depth look at the soft rate cap. We know the soft rate cap process is new to our customers, So we prepared a video that will walk you through 2 examples of how the soft rate cap is determined and applied. In the examples, the soft rate cap is being exceeded based on 2 criteria: traffic volume or traffic speed. In both examples, the soft rate cap can be exceeded so that demand on the high occupancy toll, or hot lanes, can be appropriately managed and the overall mobility goals of the project can be achieved. Keep in mind that in both examples, toll rates would apply to each tolling segment individually rather than the project as a whole. As we know, when hot lanes are near capacity, congestion can develop in the hot lanes with even small increases in traffic demand. So allowing the soft rate cap to be exceeded is another way of saying toll rates will be adjusted to help prevent congestion in the hot lanes. This adjustment is not arbitrary. It is demand-based and triggers when traffic volumes or speeds reach certain levels in the hot lanes. So, to be specific, during a preceding 5-minute period, the soft rate cap can be exceeded when the traffic volume exceeds 1,600 vehicles per hour per lane, or the average speed is below 50 miles per hour. Before we jump into our first example, let's dive into some graphs and get you oriented. First, all traffic volumes have been converted to 2-axle passenger car equivalents. Both graphs here have time on the x-axis in 5-minute intervals. The top graph shows hot lane average traffic volume, along with corresponding demand factors on the y-axis. And the bottom graph has the toll rate per mile on its y-axis. This is where we'll see the soft rate cap fluctuate to meet traffic demands. Okay, let's first look at an example of toll rates exceeding the soft rate cap due to traffic volume. We begin by looking at vehicles driving north on a segment of the I-270 hot lanes towards I-370. Traffic is moving pretty well, and the volume is currently below the 1,600 vehicle threshold. So the soft rate cap is at $1.50 per mile. 5 minutes later, demand for the hot lane has increased and traffic levels increase to about 1620. This triggers the demand factor of 1.05. We multiply the current $1.50 per mile rate times the demand factor and get our new rate of $1.58 per mile for this segment. Remember, this increase is temporary and will be recalculated to a new rate in the next 5 minutes. That new rate will be based on demand. This temporary increase in the rate helps ensure the overall mobility goals of the project can be met in the following 5-minute time periods. In our next 5 minutes of looking at vehicles on a segment of the I-270 hot lanes, demand and traffic continue to increase even after the toll rates were temporarily increased to $1.58. Traffic increases to about 1,660, corresponding to a demand factor of 1.10. Therefore, the previous revised toll rate cap of $1.58 can be multiplied by 1.10 for a new revised toll rate cap of $1.73 in this segment for the next 5-minute period. We keep observing vehicles on I-270 and traffic volume is still increasing, up to 1705 now, which leads to a new demand factor of 1.15, and $1.73 times 1.15 gives us our new toll rate cap of $1.99 for the next 5 minutes. The $1.99 toll rate begins to better manage demand, although traffic is still a little higher than the maximum desired level of 1,600. 1,600 was determined to be the traffic threshold for our project, above which there is a higher risk for congestion to develop in the hot lanes. So even though traffic drops to 1,620, it is still above the 1,600 threshold. So a demand factor of 1.05 is used. The revised toll rate cap for the next 5-minute period is now $2.09 for this segment, or $1.99 times 1.05. Even if conditions are improving, the rate goes up, though at smaller increments, until the target of 1,600 vehicles is achieved. Traffic in the hot lanes now drops below 1,600, meaning a lower risk for congestion to develop in the hot lanes due to traffic levels. Once that 1,600 vehicle target is achieved, the rate will begin to decline. It won't drop all at once to help prevent the cycle from starting again, but as long as traffic stays below 1600, the rate will decline incrementally. A demand factor of 0.90 is used. 2.09 times 0.90 gives us a new $1.88 toll rate for the next 5-minute period. If traffic remains below 1600, the revised toll rate cap would continue to decline at 0.90 factor intervals every 5 minutes until it returns to the $1.50 soft rate cap. Okay, now we're going to look at an example of toll rates exceeding the soft rate cap due to traffic speeds. This specific example is a more unique situation compared to the traffic volume example on the previous slides. In this example, congestion quickly builds on the hot lanes and toll rates need to rapidly increase. Let's head out for another drive. We are looking at vehicles on the American Legion Bridge heading north towards I-270. Speeds rapidly decline to about 35 miles per hour in the hot lanes. The heavy traffic congestion could be due to events such as a severe crash or extreme weather. Because of the decrease in speed, the overall project mobility goals are not being achieved in this segment. With speed, the developer can apply a demand factor ranging from 1.05 to 1.25 for speeds below 50 miles per hour. More flexibility is allowed in the speed demand factors compared to the traffic demand factors shown previously to allow for a better pricing response during unique events. The developer applies the 1.25 demand factor in an attempt to return to speeds over 50 miles per hour as quickly as possible. Note that a speed threshold of 50 miles per hour is used here with the soft rate cap. This is higher than the 45 miles per hour overall minimum speed desired for the hot lanes. The 5 mile per hour buffer is included here because the speeds are monitored in the previous 5-minute period to make toll rate changes in the next 5-minute period. The revised toll rate cap for the next 5-minute period in this segment becomes $1.88 or $1.50 times 1.25. That change doesn't have the full intended effect, as speeds continue to decline even with the 1.25 demand factor and higher revised toll rate cap. A 1.25 demand factor is again applied. $1.88 times 1.25 gives us a new toll rate of $2.35 per mile for the next 5-minute period in this segment. We see speeds continue the next 5 minutes, so the 1.25 demand factor is applied again. And the next 5 minutes don't get much better, so the 1.25 factor is applied again. Speeds finally recover to around 45 miles per hour. A demand factor of 1.05 is decided to be applied to the previous revised toll rate cap of 368 to try to return speeds to over 50 miles per hour. Because 1.05 times 368 is higher than the maximum toll rate of 376 per mile, the revised toll rate cap would be limited to the 376 maximum toll rate in this segment. Speeds exceed 50 miles per hour and a demand factor of 0.90 is applied. Similar to the traffic threshold example, applying the 0.90 demand factor would continue until the revised toll rate cap returns to the soft rate cap of $1.50. The temporary revised toll rate cap doesn't immediately return to the soft rate cap now that we have exceeded 50 miles per hour. This is to help ensure that demand is adequately managed before making large changes to the toll rates. Thank you so much for going for a ride with us. We hope you found this explanation of the soft rate cap helpful. For more information on the Phase 1 South toll rate range setting process, please visit mdta.maryland.gov/ALB270 toll setting.
Thank you, Deb. I thought that was a great video. Did you want to cover anything else before we open up for some questions on this section?
I think we should open it up for questions, but
Okay.
let me do this first. If I mean, I realize there may be many questions about soft rate cap, and Carl, his team, communications, I think they did a great job trying to illustrate the soft rate cap, which, like I said, it's not common, and it can be perceived as complicated. So let me finish the discussion, if you don't mind, about the benefits of soft rate cap, and then pause there for questions before moving on to maximum toll rates and escalations, if that's okay with the board members.
That works, Deb. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Ebony, are you able to pull the board materials back up? Okay, so I am at the bottom of page 17, and trying to illustrate the benefits of the soft rate cap, which has some complications to it. It honestly, it proved difficult in how to present this. And so this is an attempt to demonstrate the value, and what it is it's something that you provides value and protection. It's trying to figure out how to illustrate that protection that it provides, and that's what our attempt is here. And before going to this example, one way of thinking about this also is if you envision a line graph with your X and Y axis, and congestion is building and building. And so therefore your curve is upward sloping. When it gets to $1.50, it either stops it in its tracks and will not allow it to exceed, or it bends the curve. It bends it and it doesn't allow it to increase at the same rate. Essentially, that's what the soft rate cap does. So now trying to apply it to an example. And so the example in your materials, graph 4-3, it's taking our models, it's northbound River Road to Westlake Terrace between the hours of 6 and 6:59, 6 o'clock hour. And the blue area represents what toll rates would be with a soft rate cap versus what they would be without a soft rate cap. And so when we look at it as from the percentage of time that it's at or below $1.50 versus above. And so without a soft rate cap, 33% of the time, it would be below the soft rate cap. That's almost like that purple area that is below the $1.50, where the red and the blue overlap each other. But with the soft rate cap, it's at $1.50 or less 66% of the time. And that's that extended point out in the blue that the soft rate cap is constraining the toll per mile rate to $1.50 because the operational metrics that allows it to be exceeded haven't been met. So speeds are above 50 miles per hour, and traffic volumes in the lane are below 1,600 vehicles. Now, when it, the converse of that is, well, what's the percentage where it's above? With a soft rate cap, it would only be above 34% versus 67% without a soft rate cap. And how you can see this is that extended blue area where toll rates are extended in the blue, that's where it's being held at $1.50. Without that, the toll rates would have moved up in this solid red area above the $1.50. And this is based on probability tables. So then if I'm going to jump down to some tables, and I'm moving down to page 19 as well as 20. And what these tables do is the segment different starting points from from point A to point B. So that's each segment. And then you see us dividing things up based on time of day. If you see blocks of time that are wider than an hour, that means that traffic conditions or the results are the same, whether we're talking about the 5 o'clock hour or the 6 o'clock hour. When we're breaking things out on an hourly basis, that's where traffic is different. And so if I've gotta make it a little larger. So if we take River Road to I-495 east of I-270, so this is the blue column, I'm sorry, the blue row, and we're in the 6 o'clock hour. Red represents when it's a number of times it's allowed to exceed. Green represents the number of times it's not allowed. So for this segment particularly, the soft rate cap will stop it from exceeding 186 times, for weekdays. This is based on weekdays, which is, we assume 252 days per year when you account for holidays. So 186 times it's going to stop it from exceeding, where it will exceed 34 times based on probability. And the table below this is the same data, it's just converting it to percentages. And not to want to make you scroll back and forth, but one other point about the graph on page 17, the soft rate cap, doubles the percentage of times it's at $1.50 or below for this particular segment at this particular time. So Chairman Slater, I think now would be a good moment to pause and address any questions before moving on to the maximum toll rate.
Great, thank you, Deb. Let me start with Member Gaines.
Let me just say first, I really like dynamic tolling. I like the fact it's market-based and you're juggling supply and demand. But, any caps you put on here, you're putting your hand on the scale one way or another. And I'm not quite sure where it happens here. But, you can also say you can save the taxpayer money by just lowering the rates. But what's going to happen when the soft cap is in effect, that will mean that more and more people will go to the hot lanes and the traffic will bog down there. Your supply and demand will not be working then. If people understand this, which I'm not sure they will, but maybe eventually they will say they'll run over the hot lanes because they have the cap in play. Likewise, the max cap, the same thing. If you have, do you know what speed you'll be going when the max cap hits? Have you guys figured that out? 40, 35?
Well, I think the first thing and I was going to address this when we talk about maximum toll rate, is from a probability perspective, it is very, very small that we expect to hit the maximum toll rate. We're talking about extreme circumstances, major incidents, and because first we have to set a toll rate range. That's what our statute requires for all variably priced facilities. But we believe that is the right thing to do, and we support statute that it's established that way, because the developer, we're focused on achieving these metrics. We're focused on ensuring 45 miles per hour through this corridor. This toll rate range will achieve that. But we felt like once you got to the soft rate cap, then you could increase the toll rate at a systematic way and still bring us to the project goal of managing congestion in 45 miles per hour without the need for toll rates shooting all the way up to the maximum. So the range is wide enough for this corridor to handle those extreme rare circumstances that we could approach the maximum, but also provide the congestion relief for our more typical weekdays, particularly during the PM time period.
Do you know at what point the soft cap would hit? I mean, I know it's at 6. So if you're on your regular formula that you have, or your regular equation you're using, how many cars would be, or what would the speed be? What would it, when you get to 50 miles? I'm trying to think of my question now, but at 55 miles per hour, you're going to be, how close are you're going to be in the soft cap then, right?
No, if 55 miles per hour and vehicles above 1,600, the toll rate is at the $1.50 or less, the per mile rate. And at 55 miles per hour, we're achieving the project goal and we're managing congestion, right, because our goal is 45 miles per hour.
Okay, well, how about at 45? What will your toll be there under your normal formula? It's going to be above the salt cap, I guess, right?
Yes. So if speeds are at 45, the preceding 5 minutes, so once they drop below 50, the developer will be allowed to increase the soft rate cap between 1.05 and 1.25. When it's speed, they have that ability to use that range. When it's volumes of traffic, in other words, we're still achieving 45 miles per hour, but we're above 1,600, that's when the increase is in brackets based on how far above we are 1,600, because obviously the higher we are above 1,600, the greater the risk we're going to drop below 45 miles per hour.
I gotta think this through some more. Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from members of the board before Deb goes on to that next section, which is covering maximum toll rates? Not seeing any. Go ahead, Deb.
So now I'm moving to page 21. Talking about maximum toll rates. And I recognize in the video, we showed an example where we're in this very, very rare situation where there's a max toll rate. And honestly, we kind of debated that a little bit because sometimes when you put something in the video, it can be received like it's something we think is going to happen regularly, and therefore you have to understand it. And that wasn't our intent, because again, from a probability perspective, it will, the maximum toll rate will be reached, extremely rarely. So the probability is very small, but we included it in the video just for understanding as to how it would work if circumstances caused rates to rise. And so that's really it with the maximum toll rate. For variably priced facilities, we are required in statute to establish a range. We have a range for the ICC and the ETLs as well. So this establishing a range is consistent with our variably priced facilities and of course in compliance with statute. So the next thing that we start to talk about on page 21 fits into Member Gaines's comment about economics and the importance and his like for supply and demand considerations. And that's where escalations come in. And we have two escalation calculations. The first, noted as number 1, is the minimum. And the minimum is essentially increasing it based on inflation. And we recommend using the CPI-U Washington Metro Consumer Price Index. In your materials, we note the United States Bureau of Labor and Statistics code for this CPI factor. And this would apply to the minimum toll and the minimum per mile toll rate. And I feel like one of the things I haven't said enough, but I'll clearly show in the examples, is when we're talking about these toll rates and where they're going to fall, it's really important that everyone understands they're calculated on a segment by segment basis, so that the higher congested segments will have higher tolls, the lower congested segments will have lower tolls. So, the minimum escalation, it applies to the minimum toll rate range and the minimum toll. If we move on to the next page, page 22, we talk about what we're calling the maximum toll rate escalation factor, and you see a formula. Now this formula incorporates demand factors as well, and we recommend using 1.1% per year to account for population and employment real growth, and 1% for per capita personal income growth. And then the CPI, the same CPI, CPI-U for inflation. Now, the reason that we're recommending, fixed percentages to account for demand growth is we have decades of data that supports these growth rates. Inflation can be more, can vary greater, can have more vulnerability and fluctuations associated with it, whereas population, employment, per capita, personal income is more consistent, and we have a lot of data to support these percentages. And then this escalation factor would be applied to the maximum toll rate range, the soft rate, and the $15 surcharge cap that exists when video tolling. So it's if there's not any questions there, I'll move on. And we've talked about the range, we've talked about the soft rate. Now I think the materials, we thought it would make sense to move into the customer and what is the customer going to see and feel and experience. So we started off a little bit to talk about Virginia because it's our neighbor. It's something that people are familiar with, and Chairman Slater began talking about this as well. And that has to do with first, what do we think our most common trip's going to be? And it's 6 miles an hour between the George Washington Parkway and Maryland 187. Now, the total distance for Phase 1 South between the George Washington Parkway and I-370 is 12 miles. So the average trip is 7 miles. And weekday tolls, we expect average tolls for northbound to be about $4.42 per trip and $3.44 southbound. Now this is in year 2021 dollars, the current year, and it's 2-axle vehicle with a transponder, meaning Easy Pass. If we compare that to Virginia, the average toll rates on I-495 and I-95 are $5.40 and $8.45 per trip respectively. On I-495, 85% of trips were less than $12, and 82% of customers spend less than $20 a month, demonstrating that customers choose to use the lanes when they need to use the lanes. And on the Virginia Express toll lanes, 74% of customers paid less than $20. So now when we talk about average tolls for the managed lane project, phase 1 south, the American Legion Bridge to I-270 to I-370, we're showing what average tolls could look like or expected to look like for customers. And we break them down first by the per mile, then the average toll, and then the distance going southbound and northbound. Now, one of the things that you'll know if you look back to your February materials, when we gave you this table back in February, we didn't have it in $21, and that caused a little bit of confusion. And so we felt like it was important that everything is consistently in $21. And then, so then I'm moving on to the next page, page 24. And this is where we can talk through examples and what will the customer see and experience. So on the left side, you see the map. These are assumed segments by our model. We're color coding them to show the different segments. The exact gantry location is left up to the developer. And this shows the full length. So these two examples are northbound. And so prior to entering the roadway, the first thing and you see, there'll be a toll rate sign. This is similar to our ICC, and it's going to notify the customer what's the toll they're going to pay based on the distance. The toll rate that's shown on the signage is the guaranteed toll for that customer. So therefore, if as they get on the roadway and a handful of segments or several segments down the roadway, traffic's increasing and that per mile rate is increasing, once you're on the road, that toll rate's going to be locked to that amount, and the change in the toll rate is affecting the new customers that are entering the managed lanes, not you once you're on the roadway. And so the first example, if you're traveling to Maryland I-90, then the toll rate would be 94 cents. This is assuming, again, it's off-peak conditions. It's 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. northbound. And the toll rate's 94 cents. The distance is 2.6 miles, and the per mile rate is 36 cents. Now, if you're traveling to Maryland 187, the toll rate is $2.10. And that is the sum of segment 1 plus segment 2. And in this example, the toll rate happens to be the same per mile rate for segment 1 and segment 2. They're both 36 cents. But if you're traveling up to I-370, then it's the sum of segment 1, 19, 21, 22, and 23. And when you look at the bottom row, you can see that the per mile rate is different for each segment. And that's because traffic conditions are different for each segment. And then the toll rate for that segment is the per mile rate multiplied by the distance, and the overall rate of $3.07 is the sum of the segments that were traveled. The example below is during a peak time period. It's the 6 p.m. rush northbound. And it's the same example from the locations. Generally, overhead signs, you don't have enough room to put every single exit. So we put the tolling points that are the most common. And it's the same process that we talked about above. It's the per rate mile differs because we're in a different time period and different levels of congestion, but you can still see that when you're down by the American Legion Bridge, the per mile rate is higher. That region, that area has higher congestion, you know, among the highest in the nation. So the rate is higher there per mile than when you move away from the American Legion region. And then the graph below, what we affectionately call the mountain graph, is looking at the toll rates at different time periods. So we showed you where these vertical lines are. We showed you 10 o'clock, and then we showed you 6 p.m., which is the highest of rates. But you can see that when we're talking about these higher rates, we're talking about this PM rush time period. Now, this is an easy pass example. This is 2-axle easy pass. So when we were talking about the video toll rates, each one of these rates, the $1.94, it would be 1.5 times higher than 94 cents, $3.07. It would be multiplied by 1.5. Each of these toll rates that we're showing doesn't approach the $15 surplus. So the surplus would only come into play if the toll rate, the trip, the entire trip where we're adding all segments together, exceeded $30. So let me pause first there and ask Member Carroll if I answered the surcharge question about how is it applied.
So Deb, thank you. I think I was using the wrong terminology. I think looking at the video again, I was referring to the demand factor. What I think I heard you say is if I enter at mile 1, my pricing is set at mile 1, and however long I'm on, that's the price structure I'm locked into. It won't change from point 1 to point 2 to point 3, other than whatever those pricing points are when I entered. That's what I'm subject to, right? It's not going to change every time I go from one point to the next point.
That's right. So,
okay.
So when you're entering the roadway has the per mile price per segment. So, and they vary because congestion's different per segment. But that total trip, that's the rate you're locked into.
Okay.
And as the per mile rate changes on segments, that's affecting the trip rate for those customers that are approaching the roadway and seeing the sign. So okay. If you entered the roadway 10 minutes before I did, your sign may vary from my sign. Even if my sign has higher toll rates, you're not going to pay them. I'm going to pay them because I made the choice to go in the lanes and I was told what the rates were going to be. You're going to continue to have the rates that you saw when you made the decision to enter the managed lanes.
Thank you so much.
So if we move on to southbound, that's the next page. The first thing I want to point out to you is the graph, what I refer to as the mountain graphs. And the first thing you notice is they're flipped because we went from northbound to southbound, and also the peak periods flipped, AM peak versus PM peak. But also notice that even in the peak period, when we're going southbound in the morning, toll rates aren't expected to be as high as that PM peak going northbound. And for transparency, the example above, as you could see with the graph, we showed you an illustration of the highest peak periods that are expected on average. So without walking through, these examples, unless I'm asked to do so, it's the exact same way. The signage, when you're coming in, it'll show you the toll rate. If you're coming in the roadway at a point other than the terminus of the project, the same thing, you're going to see a toll rate sign. That's the rate you pay. The signage is the most common trips, and you're locked in. And the graph at the bottom, the vertical lines are showing you the time of day that we're illustrating with the toll rate signs and how the rates are calculated. So if there aren't any questions here, I'll move on to the next slides. And it's just really important to us to be able to, have yourself, and then when we, assuming you approve us to go out and start the toll setting process with the public hearings, that the public understands what the proposal is and how things will work. So the next thing that we did is we provided some examples. And if I jump down to the illustration, I won't read through these, but you can see, we've got people going different distances. We've got transit that's free. We've got a family traveling that's also free because that family reach is considered HOV3+. We have people traveling during the middle of the day to medical appointments. And we're showing what could the potential toll rate be, as well as potential savings, and another example is a businessman. Particularly if you have deliveries or you're doing calls, the business could choose to use the managed lanes because the time savings that they receive is well worth the toll rate that they're paying, because it may be the opportunity for additional deliveries or additional routes, or school buses may be able to cover additional stops without the need for additional buses. And that's the flexibility that the managed lanes provide. And so we're trying here to show examples of the way that people may choose to use the managed lanes and the benefits that they receive. And that concludes the this section. And so let me pause if there's any questions, and then I'll turn it back over to Carl to talk about communications plan and schedule.
Deb, just real quick, I don't remember seeing it in your presentation, but I thought I remember seeing it in some of the board materials that were posted online. Is the how we compare to other systems in the region or across the country, how this proposal compares?
Yes, so if you give me 1 second, I will tell you what page that is. That it can be found under your attachment. It's under 7. If you give me 1 second. All right. We have a lot of boards because we're trying to share information and make sure we're being transparent and build that understanding. So it's taking me a second to scroll through. That can be found on, sorry, almost there. That can be found on slide, it's numbered 6. And it's entitled, how do these toll rates compare to other similar facilities? And in order to help you not have to scroll, as well as those that are viewing online, I'll give you some for examples. US 36 hot lanes in Denver, Colorado. It's 16 miles and the average toll is $5.84. We talked about Virginia's I-95 and 395 average tolls, $8.45. Our Phase 1 South average is $3.95. The 495 express toll lanes is 14 miles and the average toll is $5.40. Also in North Carolina, there's I-77. It's 26 miles and the average toll is $7.02. And then in Texas, a state that has the soft rate cap, we have I-635 express toll lanes. It's 13.3 miles and the average toll is $5.53. And then we have MDTA North Torrent express lanes. The length of the lanes is 13.3 miles and the average toll is $5.65. So that can be found, and it will be posted on our website, what we called the boards. That's in more of a PowerPoint presentation view. So
I found
sorry.
it, Deb.
Okay.
I found it, Deb. Thank you. So it'll be posted on the materials. I just,
yes,
really important to note that we're right around the same range. In fact, a little bit lower than many other across this nation.
Yes. Our apologies for not including it in this section of the book.
Now, I know Member Rosen's got a hard stop. I think we're good on numbers, but I'm going to give him an opportunity to ask any questions if he has any before he has to kind of run.
I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other questions before Deb goes on to the next section? Great, thank you. Thanks, Deb.
Yeah, so I'm going to turn the presentation over to Carl. He'll take care of this section, and then I'll wrap things up with the last section, and then turn it over to Executive Director Porch for his perspective and final comments.
Thank you, Deb. We're going to be on page 28. Looks like Ebony's there. Thank you, Ebony. So I'm going to go through here is our communication plan, essentially how this will roll out if approved today. So we'll just start at the top here. Thursday, May 20th, which is today. So what's happening today, or what will happen today if this were to be approved? Of course, we have the board meeting, which is where we're presenting this proposal. We would be posting all this board. Well, this board book has already been posted to the MDTA website, as we do for all of our board meetings. But we'd also be issuing a news release, elected official notification, social media posts, gov.delivery, e-blast notifications, all those types of things to make sure we get the word out there. But in addition, as Deb said, we will be posting material to the MDTA website. We have what's called a virtual information room, which is a nice, neat way for people to interact with this information. And that's going to be at mdta.maryland.gov/ALB 270 toll setting. What you'll see on the website is similar to what's in this board book, but there's some additional information you'll see on there as well. We have some frequently asked questions sections and things like that. So again, what's in your board book plus some additional pieces of information up there to help answer questions for the public. Of course, the public comment period, as I mentioned earlier, would open today. You'll see legal notices and other things going on. And the biggest thing, of course, is that the comment link and the comment form would be on the website. So again, so people can begin the commenting process today if they are able to review the materials. All right, moving down. So beginning tomorrow, May 21st through mid-July, we'll be placing legal notices in local newspapers in the Maryland Register and all those locations that are listed in that box. In addition, running digital ads, same thing, in those list of outlets that are listed for the digital ads. And that's what we would start that tomorrow. But in addition to that, because we haven't scheduled the meetings yet, once we schedule the hearing dates, there will be a second round of news releases and posts to the MDTA website and social media outreach once we have all those hearing details finalized for the public. In addition, over that time frame, we'll be distributing flyers to environmental justice communities, and as I mentioned to you earlier, obtaining your availability for hearings to make sure we get a quorum for those hearing dates that we want to conduct. Next box, mid-July. So again, we haven't announced this date yet. We're still in the process of scheduling. We'll be holding public hearings. Our plan is to hold one call-in testimony public hearing. This will be similar to the call-in testimony that we provided for the Bay Crossing study, as well as the managed lane study. Also use a call-in testimony public hearing. So we'll be doing that. And then, of course, the one in-person testimony public hearing as well, which is required by law, again, to be held in Montgomery County. After, or actually through the entire comment process, which again would start today, but go through August 12th, we'd be collecting and documenting comments. This is an 84-day comment period that we'd have open. We close on August 12th. 2 weeks after that, which is written into statute, on August 26th, we would present the recommendation on the proposal to the MDTA board members by MDTA staff. That would be posted, also be posted to our website, and we'd have additional public outreach, again, another sort of outreach effort that would occur after that August 26th meeting that would be informed by all the public input that we received up to that point. That second comment period, which I mentioned is a minimum of 10 days, would be from August 26th to October 14th. And as you can see, that's a lot longer than the minimum number of days that is necessary for the second comment period. That would be available for the public to be providing comments on that. Once that closes on October 14th, we would again summarize all that information, present it to the MDTA board, and have that available on our website for the public to see. And then, of course, October 28th, the final recommendation would be presented for the MDTA board vote. So that sums up, again, the rollout process that would happen from today through the end of the process. Again, happy to take any questions that members may have about that process.
Great. Thank you, Carl. Any, looks like a pretty thorough communications plan and process. So great work. Any questions from members of the board? Great. Thank you, Carl. I think I turn it back over to Deb now.
Thank you. So we're now on section 6, which can be found on page 29. And with this section, I'm going to need to read a little bit from the document, because I need to be very specific about the proposal. And what we're asking for approval from the board members is to permit us to advertise the toll proposal that we've been talking about and that I will repeat, as well as schedule public hearings so that we can begin the toll setting process and follow the schedule that Carl just discussed. And so the summary version of the proposal, if you remember, we walked through it on page 14, is a summary version. So we are proposing toll rates for phase 1 south, American Legion Bridge, I-270 to I-370, only that area. We're proposing a toll rate range that consists of a minimum toll rate and a soft rate cap, as well as a maximum toll rate. The toll rates will escalate as we discussed and as can be found on our website. We're proposing that we have a minimum toll based on payment methods, and that we have a cap on the surplus. The toll rates are divided by classification and by payment methods. And just let me look real fast and make sure I'm not missing anything. We're also proposing to have discounts for free passage for HOV3+ buses and motorcycles. That the toll rates are dynamically set and change up to every 5 minutes based on traffic. And just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. That the soft rate cap be allowed to rise based on the average when average traffic exceeds 1,600 passenger car equivalent vehicles per hour, or the average speed is below 50 miles per hour. This It'd be allowed to increase as we discussed and the video showed, as well as decrease back down. That the soft rate cap and the maximum escalate as we discussed, along with the minimum toll, the minimum range, and the surcharge. And that is collectively the proposal that we've talked about. And I think now if I could turn it over to Executive Director Port for his comments.
Okay, thank you, Deb. First of all, I just want to thank Deb Sharpless for her tireless efforts on setting the toll rate ranges and while, quite frankly, as many of you know, working on a 3G transition to what I would call mega projects. Deb Sharpless is absolutely one of the hardest working employees that we have at the MDTA, and she deserves a lot of credit. And she's probably the most knowledgeable on this toll rate range process, as you can see. I also want to thank Carl Chamberlain and his team and for all his efforts. Actually, as we move forward with public hearings, his work is not done. By the way, Carl, I like the long hair. I haven't seen that before, but how about that, huh? And as you can see, I think the board members can see this process is extremely complex and has several moving parts. And I'm proud of our team members for being able to pull this entire project together, this toll rate range setting process, while protecting the traveling public with both a soft rate cap, which, as you heard, only one other state has, and a maximum toll rate cap. And so with that, I want to thank them for pulling all this together so that we can begin the public hearing process if approved by the board today. With that, I will state for the record that I approve of the toll rate ranges that have been put forward for board approval. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Secretary and Chairman Slater.
Thank you, Jim. And let me add my thanks to the whole MDTA team. This is a huge, huge effort, and really working on something like this being new for us at MDTA, and really, really thoughtful, but certainly another tool for us to manage our congestion in this state. With that, I know Member Rosen had to leave, but is there a motion on the floor to approve the process to get it out for public input?
This is Mary. I'll make the motion.
Great. Great. So I have a motion on the board from Member Gangini and a second from Member Cox. So all those in favor of moving forward with the public process?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Motion carries. I look forward to getting the public input on this. Thank you all for the great work.
I'm guessing Deb's going to go out on vacation after all this.
I think she gave us our first update from vacation, and then had come back. So, but great work. Thank
Mr. Chairman.
You all. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to mention, I second Jim Port's comments about the team and Deb in particular. So thank you, Deb and the team.
Absolutely. I think just really, really great work by the team. I can tell you, because this is new, you know, I'm a person that generally has a lot of questions anyway, but because this is new, that I know I'm not the only member of this board that is just asking 1,000 questions on the ins and outs and the mechanics. So I think Deb and the whole team have done a really great job of being able to answer questions and work through this, but great step for us today. With that, I'll turn it over to Member Gaines for an update on the HR committee.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I think you got a call for the vote.
Oh, I thought we did. All those in favor?
Aye.
I thought we did too.
Any opposed? Great, motion carries. Thank you. Member Gaines, the HR committee.
Let me find my section here. Hold on. Let's scroll down about 100 pages here. There we go. All right, we met May 14th. Just, I guess that was last week, wasn't it? And had a full meeting, and the HR department has been very busy. We heard about the overview of potential competitive reclassification efforts for the image reviewer positions. This is something we targeted the toll collection staff to do, and it has a happy ending. I think they filled all those positions with toll collectors. I think 26 positions we filled, and that would be of the image reviewers, and I think a few others qualified as well. So maybe we have a little backup there if they're still around. We heard about an exhaustive study of the prevailing hiring rate for IT systems technicians, specialists, as well as supervisors. And we've had difficulty, I guess, hiring there just because of the market. Private market is so active, and it's just hard to keep up with the rates there. And I think came up with a happy ending here. I think we decided to start everyone at a step 9, or they decided, told us about it, and will get us pretty closer, a lot closer to the private sector, around 85% of market. So I think that's kind of what we're aiming to be, in the 80 to 90% of the market. Then we heard about overview of market salary data for sworn MDTA police classifications, and that one came out pretty well. Our conclusion was that our employees are right in there with the market, between 85 and 105% of so-called market. So that was good. No changes made there. We have undergone a leadership development training program initiated by where we hired Franklin Covey, which was a training company and global consulting and training company. And participation was very high, and the leadership team was well satisfied with that. And I think they're going to incorporate that into our leadership development program. We heard about updates to the new employee orientation. One of the things we were able to use e-learning there, of course, because most people are home. So, but I think it gives us a lot of flexibility, cuts down on travel disruptions, and doesn't disturb the people who aren't being trained. So I think that's something we'll incorporate into the new orientation program in this next year. And we heard about the potential impacts of lifting the hiring freeze. So, and the Office of Human Resources is well prepared for the hiring thaw. I think that we have 256 open positions now, and we're anticipating we could have more because there'll be lots of other state agencies opening, and maybe other people shifting around. So they're going to have their work cut out for them, and we have to do all this. We have 2 open positions in the recruitment office, so they may be the first people we try to hire. I don't know, but anyhow, it's going to be probably difficult, but I think we're ready for the challenge. And that was all I had.
Absolutely, Member Gamins. I know one of the real concerns that I have is across the department, we had very, very little retirements at the end of last year, and now in June, July, we normally have a certain amount that usually retire from state service, but we didn't have a lot. So my greatest concern is as we come out of this pandemic and as we start kind of re-entering the workplace, that a lot of those folks are going to retire, and we're going to be faced with having to replace them and losing some knowledge. So your knowledge is always walking out the door with all those people with experience. But
Right.
Any questions?
I think they're anticipating some of that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Any questions from members of the board for Member Gaines? Great. We have one more item on the agenda today, which is the Executive Director's report from Executive Director Ports.
Okay, thanks again, Mr. Chairman, and I'll keep it very brief since it's been such a long meeting, but I do want to mention a few things, and I'm going to focus on the police today. So on May 5th, there's a promotional ceremony for 9 officers, and on May 6th, the police held its annual Fallen Heroes ceremony, and on May 14th, the police held its annual awards ceremony. I'm also pleased to announce that tomorrow, Friday, May 21st, in 2 separate ceremonies at Sandy Point Park, the MDT police will celebrate graduation for recruitment classes 53 and 54. Now, recruit class 53 is a little bit of an oddball because they completed their training and began their careers already as police officers in April 2020. But you know, COVID struck and we could not have a formal graduation ceremony for them, so we delayed that until tomorrow. Recruit class 53 consisted of 34 recruits from the MDTA Police and MDTA Police, the Annapolis Police Department, and Greenbelt Police Department. And recruit class 54 was comprised of 17 recruits from the MDTA Police and the Maryland Department of Transportation, Maryland Transit Administration Police. And so I'm looking forward to attending both those ceremonies tomorrow, which I consider to be a great honor. And we're fortunate this year that our chairman, Greg Slater, is scheduled, his schedule opened up, so he'll be able to attend the afternoon ceremony. And I know a few of our board members also plan to be in attendance, so I want to thank them ahead of time for that too. These police are providing a tremendous commitment to our communities. And on the topic of police, as you know, it's MDTA's 50th anniversary, and the MDTA Police was formed in 1994 by the Maryland General Assembly, combining the Toll Facilities Police with the Port Administration Police. As a matter of fact, I was in the General Assembly at that time. And today, the MDTA Police is responsible for law enforcement at the Baltimore-Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport and Maryland's Port of Baltimore. In addition to MDTA's highway, tunnel, bridges, they are nationally accredited, and they are the 7th largest law enforcement agency in the state with more than 600 sworn and civilian employees. Now, since 2012, the police have earned the Tri-ARC Award from the Commission on Law Enforcement Accreditation for having concurrent accreditation for its law enforcement, communications, and training units. Now, this is extremely important. The MDTA police are one of less than 25 law enforcement agencies in the entire nation to be Tri-accredited, meaning their law enforcement, communications, and training programs all meet the rigorous standards developed by the Commission of Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies. So not only do we think they're good, but as a national accreditation unit, also believes they're very good because we're one of only 25 law enforcement agencies to have that accreditation. So kudos to Kevin Anderson and his leadership team, as well as the rest of the police. So with that, that'll end my report. Back to you, Chairman Slater.
Thank you so much, Jim. Any questions from the board for Executive Director reports? Great. No, I'm looking very much forward to that graduation coming up, and really it'll be my first one as secretary. So I'm really looking forward to kind of celebrating those young men and women and that great accomplishment. But with that, our agenda is complete. So anything else for the good of the order from members of the board?
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Member Inzer.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Who would be? Well, thanks, everybody. Great.
Motion carries. Thank you all. Enjoy this beautiful weekend.
Okay,
Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
bye.
Bye, everyone.